Good morning, everyone. I'll now reopen the Coul Links inquiry and start day 3 of the proceedings. So you'll remember yesterday we completed the evidence for Scottish Natural Heritage, and we heard from their witnesses, Professor Angus and Mr. Rooney. And today we're scheduled to hear from the first witnesses for the applicant, Coul Links Limited. That's first Mr. Haspel and then hopefully on to Mr. Taylor. And I'm hoping we're going to be able to continue to make good progress today. Just to confirm the order of cross-examination, I know we discussed it on day 1, but my recollection was that the cross-examination would be started by S&H and Mr. Mackay, is that right? Followed by Mr. Campbell. No, it's followed by Mr. Collar. Is that right? And then Mr. Campbell. Okay, and you're happy with that, Mr. Collar?
I'm not sure what we're agreeing to, sir. Sorry, I lost track.
We're talking about the order of cross-examination. So you're happy with the order that the adjusted order that Mr. Campbell's just suggested, which is first S&H, then yourself for the coalition, and finally Mr. Campbell for not Coul.
Yes, that's fine, sir.
Okay, anything else to discuss before we start hearing the evidence today? I think, Mr. Mackay, you had an issue to raise.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, sir. It's a new production for S&H, which is a variation of existing productions and hopefully will simplify an issue. It's been circulated to the parties. I understand there's no objection taken. It's a geological map. It would become S&H 1, 2, 3. And the only thing to note about it is that the title says that it's soil geology, Coul Links layout, Royal Dornoch, indicative hole layout. One of the things that's changed in this map is that it uses GIS coordinates for Royal Dornoch, so the word indicative can be deleted from the title.
Okay, and I take it none of the other parties have any problem in the lodging of this document, which looks to be a helpful addition to the inquiry.
No, sir, it was provided to me last night, and I understand it's a correction or more accurate version of what was attempted to be reflected in the earlier production, and also by virtue of my friend giving it to me last night, my witnesses were able to look at it, so there's no prejudice.
Oh, we have no problem, sir. I'd like to raise real quickly.
Okay, yes, Mr. Campbell.
Documents NC 95 and 6 refer to Sandwich Bay, which, as you know, is in the south of England. There's some evidence about that from Mr. Haspel, no doubt we'll hear it this morning, and also from Dr. Dargy. Those instructing me using Freedom of Information request have just received from English Nature some updated information. I need to study it, but it would be my proposal to offer it to you for lodging either later today or tomorrow.
And are the other parties aware of this? Right. Well, thank you for the early warning. We'll perhaps deal with that when the situation arises. So thank you for that notification. Ms. Wilson.
Just picking up on the point that you raised there, sir, I would oppose any lodging of it without having had the opportunity to consider it. And as Malana Friend notes, it's touched on the evidence of Mr. Haspel. He clearly can't deal with it before he commences his evidence. So there may be an objection to this, given the timing of it.
Updating data, but I take that on board and I'll look at it while Mr. Haspel's giving his evidence on Tuesday.
Okay, anything else to raise? Right, in that case...
Sorry, just one... I'm just flagging it up at the moment, but I wonder if at some convenient point during the course of today we might discuss tomorrow's timings as to when we might sit and rise for the weekend so that we can plan departures.
Yes, so we return to that at the end of the day, and if I don't remember to raise it, I'm sure others will. Obviously, we all have an interest, those of us who don't live locally, to leave early tomorrow if we possibly can. The only caveat to that is if a witness is halfway through their evidence, it's sometimes not fair to prematurely cut their evidence off and require them to come back after the weekend.
The only additional point that I would put forward for you to consider during the day is that I'm advised that the A9 is to be closed at 8:30 p.m. tomorrow near Dunkeld and Lunkerty. So if we were hitting that area, we'd be doing a big detour through Creef, as I understand it. Upper Velde, is it?
Right, that's a point well made. Thank you for that. Okay. Right, would you like to introduce your first witness then, please, Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, sir. So the first witness in the applicant's case is Mr. Chris Haspel. Mr. Haspel, you have prepared a precognition and an inquiry report through the procedures, and you are aware from the exchanges that it's your precognition is to be read this morning. So could I ask you please to just begin from the introduction so that you introduce yourself and those listening to your evidence understand your background, and carry on through, and I have some questions for you at the end of your precognition. I know that you have a correction to make in one paragraph, if you just make that as you go through.
If you can hear me, good morning. My name is Chris Haspel. My qualifications and experience are set out in the inquiry report. This precognition has been prepared in relation to the inquiry session, which takes place as part of the consideration of application reference NA-HLD-086 by Scottish ministers. The application seeks planning permission for development of a golf course and other related facilities at Coul Links, referred to as the project. My role as manager of the project started in 2017, though I've known Mr. Kaiser. He's one of the investors, and his reputation in golf since 2007. I have known Mr. Warnock, Mr. Kaiser's business partner, since July 2015. If Scottish ministers grant planning permission for the project, I would manage the construction of the proposed golf course.
I wonder just a moment if you either push the microphone slightly further away. I think one of the things that the microphone doesn't like is us being too close to the mic. That's one of many things it doesn't like. But if we could just deal with the known problems, that would be great. Thanks.
I'll go back to 1.3. If Scottish ministers grant planning permission for the project, I would manage the construction of the proposed golf course. Once the construction process is completed, I would manage the operation of the facility, including implementation of the proposed Coul Links site management plan on behalf of the applicant. My practical experience and expertise would assist with ensuring that the proposed benefits of the project are delivered successfully. In this precognition, I have not provided a summary of my inquiry report as such, but have provided a summary of my evidence for my inquiry report in response to some of the issues raised by objectors in their inquiry reports and topic papers where directly relevant to my evidence. There are a number of detailed issues that I have not attempted to cover in this precognition. I disagree with statements made by Scottish National Heritage that due consideration was not given to land outside the Lockfleet SSI as potential location for the proposed golf course. This is not the case, as set out in my inquiry report. Several other sites across Scotland were considered before selecting the proposed layout, location and layout of the project. Additionally, a number of iterations of the layout of the proposed golf course were considered in the context of the site's proximity to sensitive wildlife and sensitive areas and wildlife before the proposed layout the project was finished.
I wonder if we could just ask you a moment, if you wouldn't mind switching your microphone off. Thank you. You mentioned several other sites across Scotland were considered. Where is that set out? Is that set out in the environmental statement?
There is mention in my inquiry report, sir.
And does that indicate what those alternative sites were, or just a statement that alternatives were looked at?
I have mentioned a couple of sites, sir, and I'm more willing to go deeper into that with you. Practical aspects of golf course construction and management, and how low input, low output construction and maintenance techniques would be implemented as part of the project are outlined in my inquiry report. The likely significant impacts of the project on designated sites is considered by Dr. Cosgrove. The proposed management of the golf course would benefit the wider SSI and its features, as discussed in my inquiry report and the evidence of Mr. Taylor and Mr. Cosgrove. Resources which are not available without the project would benefit the SSI, for example, introducing sandy areas for lichens and grey dune species. The proposed use of nutrients is questioned by both S&H and Mr. Dargy. The use of fertilisers and plant protection products proposed as part of this project are discussed in more detail by Mr. Taylor. My comments are based on practical experience of golf course management. In my opinion, the levels of nitrogen loss suggested by Dr. Dargy are exaggerated, misleading and based on assumptions. Dr. Dargy makes reference to the Coul Links sector instead of the SSI in the context of some of the arguments on the potential SSI impacts. In my opinion, this exaggerates the potential impacts of the project on the SSI. Some of Dr. Dargy's earlier papers appear to contradict his own findings and conclusions from the report and should be considered with caution. The information provided by Mr. Taylor and evidence in my inquiry report address misrepresentations surrounding the proposed use of fertilisers as part of the project. We address the likelihood of possible impacts, including leaching of nutrients on golf courses, which are suggested as having potential negative impacts on the water environment and dune slacks. Importantly, the Scottish Environment Protection Agency currently raises no issues with potential nitrogen values proposed to be used as part of the project to the proposed use of fertilisers or the relationship between fertilisers and irrigation water. In my opinion, S&H are taking an overly precautionary view of the potential risks associated with the use of fertilisers, as described by Mr. Taylor and me. Translocation of dune habitat. My inquiry report highlights my first-hand experience in translocation of habitats. This includes evidence of successful use of dune heath translocation at Castle Stewart Golf Links, which was observed by S&H and Dr. Dargy. S&H comments that the success of the process of translocation is uncertain. However, the evidence presented by both Mr. Taylor and myself demonstrates examples of successful translocation. Dr. Dargy argues that translocation is implausible. However, this directly contradicts his evidence to the inquiry relating to the development at Minnie and what he has witnessed at Castle Stewart, as discussed in my inquiry report, and part of the development of best practice. And this is where my little typo is, so I shall read on here. But Dr. Dargy also argues that Coul would be more damaging a development than at Minnie, yet the evidence to the inquiry proposed translocating 35 hectares of dune habitat. And just indulge me for 1 second. And I apologise for this typo. I have put a predicted 66 66% success rate in year 1 and 1,000 in year 5. And it would be nice to think I could predict that, but however I can't. Dr. Daggy actually says he estimated there would be at least 66% success for habitats established in receptor areas in the short term, 1 to 5 years. Following remedial measures, he estimated that near 100% would be possible in the medium to long term, 5 to 25 years. I apologise for that, Dr. Daggy. 4.5. 4.4 hectares of existing dune heath would be translocated as part of the project into a total receiving environment extending to 6.2 hectares. A much higher success rate is anticipated to lead to more limited impacts. It is important to note that translocation of whole areas of habitats, as opposed to plugs formed of individual plants, is proposed here. In my experience, the use of translocation seeds collected from source is more successful than the use of plugs. Successful habitat translocation can be achieved and offers considerable improvements to the environment when carried out by experienced contractors and under the correct supervision. Translocation proposed as part of the project would deliver additional areas of open sand and would aid lichens and other species which need an open canopy to flourish. It is anticipated that the Coul Links site management plan would be developed in conjunction with SNH and implemented in compliance with the proposed planning conditions. My inquiry report highlights some of the proposed management techniques which would form part of the Coul Links site management plan. The Coul Links site management plan would encompass management of the whole of the southern part of the SSS, offering wider benefits to the environment. SNH makes reference to the predicted land take of 14.9 hectares being lost. However, in my opinion, this approach is incorrect, as some of these areas would be modified and managed in accordance with the Coul Links site management plan and not lost as part of the project. Professor Stuart Anger states in his topic paper that he has been in unsuccessful dialogue with the landowner in relation to the control of weeds on the project site. This would be addressed through the proposed implementation of the Coul Links site management plan. It is envisaged that the Coul Links site management plan would be developed in agreement with SNH and thereafter implemented.
Right, can I stop you a moment? I'm going to first suggest that you switch off your microphone and switch it on again, and then I'm going to suggest you put it another foot further away. You obviously have a very strong voice, which is a blessing at an inquiry, but the microphone is struggling to cope, I think. Can I also, now I have my microphone switched on, just ask you a general question, really, on paragraph 5.3 of your precognition. Obviously, yesterday we discussed in some detail the SNH position on land take. Here you're necessarily for the precognition dealing with the matter in short, but you're saying that you take issue with the 14.9, but what is your bottom line figure then if it's not 14.9, and where is that found? I know we viewed various tables yesterday, but what's your substitute figure?
I think at this moment in time, sir, we're actually producing a map which would be a benefit to everybody at the inquiry to clarify once and for all what we intend to cut, what we intend to use as semi-rough, and what we intend to use as fairway and green. And that would give us certain clarity, and that's being produced at the moment. We all felt yesterday it was a little bit uncertain. So in some follow-up questions, I was intending to get Mr. Haspel to clarify the use of terminology that Mr. Little was asking about in his questions.
which is more within Mr. Haspel's direct experience. It's Dr. Cosgrove who did the calculation within the environmental statement on the total amount of hectarage based upon the MVC survey, and I propose to take that from him.
Okay, yes, we can direct our detailed questions then to Dr. Cosgrove on the totals. Yeah, okay, right. Thank you. I'd like to continue.
Public access. My inquiry report comments on the proposed recreational access management plan, amongst other things. It highlights how access to the project site would be managed and sets out the proposed access arrangements. One of the many anticipated benefits is the existing core path crossing the project site would be managed, improving access for those following the John O'Groats Trail. A proposed area information hub would also add to the experience of those walking on the John O'Groats Trail. 2.9 kilometres of paths would be created to guide people away from the sensitive areas at certain times of year. This would both increase the access to the site and help to avoid sensitive habitat areas being disturbed at certain times of year, helping protect the environment. Point 7, case studies. In my inquiry report, I refer to 3 case studies, including Royal St George's Golf Club. All 3 clubs are covered by important designations, SSSI, Ramsar, SPA, and their condition is improving as a result of management measures implemented by the clubs. My inquiry report highlights the successful work being resourced by each of these clubs. All are starting to make progress towards favourable condition of the designated sites. This highlights just a few of the many success stories of golf clubs benefiting the environment around the UK. I disagree with the comments by Not Cool in relation to impacts of the Royal St George's Golf Club on the dunes. Representations by the objectors to the project. In my opinion, most of the objections to the project raised by Not Cool, Safe, Coul Links Conservation Coalition are not based on scientific evidence or best practice. The objector groups have set out to exploit the level of negative publicity surrounding the Trump International Golf Links in Aberdeen, where Dr. Dargy was a key advisor, and use it as part of a negative campaign against the project. They appear to have prejudged the merits of the project before the design was finalised and the application submitted. I am disappointed that the objectors did not engage in a constructive dialogue in relation to the project. For example, Dr. Dargy suggests he would have given the project a fair chance, but this is contradicted by some of the statements made on social media. Not Cool's disappointing approach to the engagement with the project is further illustrated by documents such as the Haspel rebuttal. The objectors do not acknowledge the potential benefits of the project to the environment, including the cessation of legal shooting of protected SPA birds on the site. Similarly, the objectors do not consider the potential wider positive impact on the designated areas which could result from the implementation of the Coul Links site management plan. Dr. Dargy appears to disregard advice by SNH, SEPA and the assessments by the independent studies carried out by the professional consultancy firms engaged by the applicant. The representations by the Save the Coul Links Coalition do not reflect my practical experience of the behaviours of birds during construction and operation of the golf courses. The anticipated impacts on wintering birds are also considered by Mr. Taylor in the context of the implementation of the Coul Links site management plan. In my professional opinion, the project would be constructed and operated in a sensitive manner. It would fit into the environment and would enhance the surrounding designated sites through implementation of the Coul Links site management plan. I believe that the area of dunes would increase as a result of the project, and the dunes and dune landscape could be extended, creating habitat which has been lost. Implementation of the Coul Links site management plan would create an increased habitat size and would offer greater protection to the site. Mitigation, compensation and enhancement measures are considered from practical perspectives in my inquiry report. They are also discussed by Dr Cosgrove, Dr McMullen and Mr Taylor. It is my professional opinion that the project offers a fantastic opportunity to secure and improve management of the designated sites for the lifetime of the golf course. Coupled with the socio-economic benefits discussed by Nathan Good and Graham Blackett, the project represents a win-win situation for the area and the community. Thank you.
Mr Haspel, I have some additional questions which I'll take in the order where relevant to the chapter headings of your inquiry report.
I wonder if I beg your pardon for interrupting you. I wonder if I could tender these documents to my learned friends around the room now about Sandwich. It's a very minor matter, I know, but they only came in yesterday, and that's why they're produced late. I will give you my assurance that there's nothing controversial in them, but you have to judge that for yourselves. Just your earlier interruption, that this is Mr. Haspel's point. I should show them to you now rather than wait.
What's your position on this, Mr. Wilson? Would it necessarily result in a break in order to view the document to see if it was prejudicial?
Well, Mr Haspel is the person in the room, as far as the applicants is concerned, perhaps also with Mr Taylor, who would have the best idea as to the nature of the content, so I'd have to speak to him about it. It would therefore be better probably if I did that before I started the additional questions.
Okay, do you want to tender this now, and we'll allow 5 or 10 minutes to view the document?
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity to consider this. I'm not in a position to reach a final view as to the level of prejudice that may be associated with this, and I'm reluctant to be bounced into dealing with it at this point, not least because the document itself discloses that Dr. Dargy made a request to DEFRA on the 14th of February, seeking up-to-date results, as my learned friend referred to it. And that was replied to on the 26th of February, in the morning of the 26th of February. And the Conservation Delivery Team advised Dr. Dargy that the latest assessment for the sites could be found on a public portal, designated site views, so that could have been accessed long before the inquiry commenced. But more significantly, he got that information in the morning of the 26th, obviously the opening day, and not Coul has waited until this morning when Mr. Haspel goes into the witness box to seek to produce it. And it doesn't seem to me that there's any justification for that delay, as Dr. Dargy had the information that he needed, and indeed one would have thought he might himself have gone to that public portal rather than make this request. So I'm instantly suspicious that this is an ambushing. I'm not blaming my learned friend for this. This has been sat on since the opening day of the inquiry and held back until Mr. Haspel is in the witness box. It could have easily been provided at the very least last night, so it could have been considered. I'm advised by Mr. Haspel that he would need time to consider the information that's presented or summarised and what implications it might have for his evidence. So at the moment I'm opposing it because it can't be considered by Mr. Haspel before he gives his evidence without any significant delay to this morning's proceedings. But one possibility, in an effort to be helpful, is that after today's proceedings it can be given more consideration, and it may be that Mr. Taylor will be able to deal with whatever significance there is. It doesn't need to affect Mr. Haspel speaking to his evidence in his reports at the present time in relation to Royal St George's on the information that he depends upon. But in relation to any update of information, then it may be possible for Mr. Taylor to deal with that, but I'll have to consider that with my clients after today's proceedings.
Would another option be to allow Mr. Haspel to consider the document with yourselves during the lunch break today? So if we had the usual hours lunch break, would that give sufficient time to consider so that if there was anything arising from it, Mr. Haspel could still respond to it today?
I'd need to speak to the guys on the ground down in Kent to see where they are, and I'm not sure I can get hold of them, so I couldn't promise to get you an answer, I'm afraid.
Right, so that clearly doesn't work as an option. So I'm not clear what your final position then is, Ms. Wilson. Are you objecting to the lodging of the document today, or are you saying you think you found a way around it?
I'm objecting to the lodging of the document today for the purposes of Mr. Haspel's cross-examination, but I'm saying that overnight my position might change once there's the opportunity for it to be explored further. And my solution to that would be that, given there is a interrelationship and experience as between Mr. Taylor and Mr. Haspel, and Mr. Taylor's well aware of the information relating to Royal St. George's as well, it would be just as appropriate that he deal with it.
So you're suggesting effectively that we park the matter for today and then return to it tomorrow, and you're still reserving a position as to whether or not the document should be lodged?
That's correct, sir.
Anything to say in response to that, Mr. Campbell?
No, I'm grateful to my learned friend for giving the matter consideration. I think you will understand that there is a difference in resources available to me and those available to the applicants. The matter was brought forward to you as soon as it was shown to me, which was within the last 12 hours. And the fact that it's available on a public portal, I don't think was known to us, but without wanting to make too much of this, everybody in a small group has to do everything, and this was possibly overlooked at an early stage. But I'm grateful to my learned friend so far as she has gone, and I reassure you that there's nothing controversial in this information. It's simply to bring existing evidence, which you'll find at NC 96, up to date.
Okay, thank you for that. Can we then start the examination in chief of the witness?
Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Haspel, we were about to begin looking at your some additional questions in relation to the first chapter of your evidence regarding alternatives for golf courses or golf course sites. Could you have in front of you your inquiry report, please?
I do.
And if you turn to paragraph 4.1.
I have that.
And you say that several sites, this is reading from the second sentence, several sites were considered before settling on the land and the proposed layout of Coul Links. Mr. Kaiser, one of the key investors, is known for developing courses in unique locations which offer an exceptional golfing experience to the players. His consideration for a new golf course in Scotland encompassed a number of suitable locations. These included areas a considerable distance away from the current application site, and the example you give there is land in Durness. Could you just explain the geographical area, first of all? For instance, was it the North Highlands? Did it go to other parts of Scotland other than the North Highlands?
My understanding is yes. They've looked at several sites in conversation with Mr. Kaiser and indeed Bill Core. They looked at the second course at the Struy as a possible option. They also looked at land at Fraserburgh, just adjacent, obviously, to the Trump golf course or just up the coast. So they've actually looked at several sites over the whole of Scotland, and indeed they keep looking for other sites too. So in Ireland and places like that. So
this obviously, I think, from your evidence as to your involvement, took place at a time before you were involved in the project. How did you get the information as to what went on in terms of site searches before your involvement?
Speaking to Mr. Kaiser and Bill Corr.
And did the two of them travel around together?
Mike's travelled extensively. I know he's been up to Durness himself, but he sent Bill Corr basically out on a mission, which he normally does, to go and find decent land that he can build a top quality golf course on.
Turning to the issues of construction, you, in your evidence, addressed the proposal of land on the agricultural fields adjacent to the SSI. And there was a considerable amount of evidence from Professor Angus in particular, and also to some extent Mr. Rooney, the suggestions being that one will get fine views and it's directly comparable to the type of course that could be developed at Castle Stewart. Now, that was a project that you were involved in from the outset, isn't it?
That's correct.
And in your evidence, you've demonstrated the type of excavations that would be involved in creating a dune type of course and recreating the feel of a links course on agricultural land. We have the soils report that's been, or the soils map that's been produced by SNH. Does that cause you to alter the evidence that you've given in relation to potential impacts associated with excavation?
No, it doesn't.
And why is that?
After doing trial digs for SEPA for use of in the water discharge from the clubhouse, we surveyed quite a lot of land across the top of Coul Links and did some excavations to do percolation tests, and we came across significant amounts of stone. So the raised beachfront is very stony to begin with, which probably wouldn't net us the amount of aggregate we need to be able to cap the golf course in the end. And by cap, I mean add between 50 and 100, or 500 and 1,000 millimetres of sand over the site. So, as you can see, it's quite a significant amount of sand we'd need to build the golf course.
And from the soils mapping that SNH has carried out, does that demonstrate anything different to what you've assumed?
Not in my opinion, no.
And Not Cool, also in response to your evidence, produced a plan, I think on the opening day of the inquiry, in which it appears that Not Cool have superimposed the location of the borrow pits and a construction compound on that site. Presumably the suggestion is going to be that there's a contradiction in your evidence that you can't build the golf course there without damaging the SSI, but you can construct borrow pits there. First of all, what's the position with the construction compound?
The compound is no longer in that position. We agreed with the landowner that we'd actually use around the farm buildings.
And separately, this is the temporary construction compound, isn't it?
Sorry, is that shown on the plan? Is this a revision that we're aware of, or is this something new?
Sorry, so this is the Not Cool plan.
I'm maybe picking this up wrong, but I took from Mr. Haspel that the developer's proposal for a construction compound had moved. Is that not the case?
The temporary construction compound will no longer need to construct, because we'll use the farm. And there's a big area behind the farm which used to house obviously all the machinery and stuff. So we would just put it in there instead. Obviously compliant to SUDs and that sort of stuff, but we'd work on that with the Highland Council.
Right. So that's a small modification to the proposal, is it? Am I picking that up right?
Yes.
But from your answer to Mr. Bryan, I think you were explaining that you would use existing structures.
That's correct.
And so far as the borrow pits are concerned, what's your position that, or that what may be suggested to you, that construction of the borrow pits in those locations must also involve the same kind of implications for the SSI as you've discussed in terms of constructing the golf course on that land?
The borrow pits won't be very deep. We discussed with SEPA as well about those borrow pits, and obviously they're outside the SSI, so they'll be more, not as deep, but a little bit bigger. Hence the suggestion to create dune slacks down there, if it was feasible.
And what is the depth of the borrow pits? I know it's in the environmental statement, but if you could just summarise.
Well, it depends how much sand we need, and we hope we don't need that much when we're out there. But to the SEPA position, from what I'm aware, was make sure you keep it above the water table by around about 50 centimetres.
So you've already consulted and got advice from SEPA as to what approach you should take?
That's correct, yes.
Going back to the alternatives that you discuss in much more detail in your evidence, which are the different design iterations, during SNH's case, it was suggested that the design iterations didn't really amount to very much, but as part of the team, what do you understand was the significance to the developer and the golf course architect as to the changes that were made?
I understand from Bill Core that he was on site for many days with the ecological advisor, talking about Dr. Cosgrove, talking about different positions for holes and that kind of thing. And I think probably Dr. Cosgrove is better placed than me to discuss exactly what those were. But in Bill's words, they did move the holes lots of times.
Turning to the second chapter of your evidence, construction management and the use of fertilisers. Not Coul's evidence is to the effect that one summer of cutting of the gorse would stop the encroachment, and that a site management plan such as proposed for the golf course is not necessary. From your experience as managing golf courses, do you agree that it would be easy to get the gorse encroachment under control in the manner suggested?
Absolutely not. It couldn't be further from the truth on a practical term.
And why is that?
Well, one, we wouldn't cut bushes in summer anyway because of the danger to the birds, so we would never do that. We wouldn't want a fine or a jail sentence. But two, it's very labour intensive, so you would always do that kind of stuff in winter when you've got cooler temperatures and that kind of stuff, and also less press on what you would be doing on the golf course. And I think that's one of the areas where site management plan with S&H really comes into its own, working with the guys on the ground for S&H and creating a management plan which will really benefit the area.
Yesterday over the past 2 days there was discussion regarding what rough would be subject to management and the type of management. Could you have in front of you, please, CD 1.103, which is one of the drawings, and also the environmental statement?
Can I just ask just a clarification point, just while that document's been found? When you just asked there about why a summer cut wouldn't be enough to stop the spread of the gorse, and your answer was about why a summer cut wouldn't be enough. What about a winter cut?
I would envisage that we'd probably take at least 2 winters, depending on access, to get it under control. Now, you must understand we don't want to lose all of the gorse because it's a good landscape mosaic and it's good habitat. But to stop the encroachment on the SSSI as a whole, it needs to be controlled and contained. And I can only speak from my own experience at Castle Stewart, where stupidly we actually seeded gorse, that it's a pernicious weed, and we'll spend anywhere upwards of 8 to 10 weeks every year trimming it and trying to remove it.
(103).
You also mentioned the environmental statement. Which document in particular?
It's the written statement, and it's the page that we've been referring to, 104, with the definitions. CD 1.7. Do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And do you have the drawing?
Yes, I do.
And on the drawing, could you look, please, at the part which is just above the drawing title, which shows the defined golf course areas?
Yes, I have that.
And under reference to that, and looking at the definitions that appear within the environmental statement that have been discussed, can you confirm, first of all, what represents the semi-rough, which would be approximately 3 metres wide and mown to between 30 and 40 millimetres in height?
That's item 4, so you can see on the plan that there's a little ring around the fairway itself, for those that don't have.
Sorry, would you mind taking that question again?
Now, the first question I put to you, Mr. Haspel, was under reference to page 104 in the definitions, what is described there as semi-rough, which is a band of approximately 3 metres width and mown at between 30 and 40 millimetres height. Where do we see that identified on the plan?
That's number 4 on the plan, and it's the little ring that intersects between the fairway and the managed rough.
And then the next definition is longer cut rough. This equates to a band of rough with width adjusting from approximately 4 to 6 metres immediately beyond the semi-rough, with a cutting height of about 100 millimetres. Where do we see that?
That would be just on the outside of the semi-rough, And obviously you would then wander into managed rough, which is all part of number 5.
So you're referring there to both longer cut rough and also managed natural rough?
That's correct.
And they're not shown separately on this, but they're all within the areas that are within the blue line that we see on the layout plan.
Basically, so the reporters can follow this. I don't know whether the golfers, but people tend to slice or pull the ball one way or the other. So there might be a situation on this particular hole, for example, that if you took the bunker, there may be a little bit more cut out to the boundary, which is the blue line behind that bunker, as that might get a little bit at play. So that might be 100 mil, but there'd be areas in the carry between number 4 and 6 towards the tee, which maybe wouldn't be cut. And this would all be part of the design. So that would be what we would call managed rough, and that would be cut once every year or 3 years. But that's something we would work with S&H on to get the best possible habitat for different species like orchids and that sort of stuff.
Sorry, so can I just ask, I think I understand that, and that's helped. So, but as drawing saying, there's nothing that shows, I don't know whether this is significant or not, but there's nothing that shows where the boundary is between the longer and then between 4 and 5, between the two types of rough within 5. That's something which is for a later stage. And in terms of the initial construction and the stripping away of the topsoil, and it always described in the environmental statement, the extent of that is the blue line in the big map, and so all the 5 area, that all, regardless of how it's going to be managed between those two roughs, all given the same initial construction treatment. Is that right?
No, sir, that's incorrect. For the reason that the only places we'll strip is the fairway, the semi-rough, the green, and the tees. So 1, 2, 4, and number 6 being the pathway. Sorry for...
Sorry, which areas did you identify for stripping and seeding?
The only areas to be stripped are where the green is, where the fairway is, where the semi-rough is, and then of course you've got a pathway which will cut, which will be modified to a lower height of cut, semi-rough cut possibly. That's why it's connected.
And what about, I think you mentioned this in evidence, number 3, the tee?
That's correct. The tee area would be obviously stripped, so, and then the tee would be placed.
So apart from the green, the semi-rough, the tee and the fairway, everything else is managed?
That's correct.
And sorry, because just this is important, just that we understand this. And when I say stripped, so aside from those areas, there's no reprofiling going on, there's no seeding going on. So yeah, that's all together. Okay, thank you.
I don't want to ask you about how the calculations were done as far as the applicant is concerned, and it is very much a matter for Dr. Cosgrove, but during Mr. Little's questions of Professor Angus, he was asked whether the S&H calculation of loss of habitat included managed natural rough, to which certainly on this side of the room it was noted that he said no to that. What do you intend would happen in terms of the managed natural rough?
It could become valuable habitat.
Would you regard it as a loss of habitat?
No, I wouldn't. regard it as a modified habitat.
And from your experience, should it be assumed that the ecological value of that would be lost by virtue of it being modified?
No.
Well, if you could explain why, please.
When you're cutting rough at different heights, you're creating different environments for different species. So certain types of birds like to nest in grass a certain height. Certain types of birds like to nest or roost in different types of things. We find a lot of birds nesting, for example, roosting on fairways. Skylarks particularly like a more open canopy with tussocks that they can get in and hide in. And I think we'll have a lot more diversification over the roughs than presently exists.
And again, Mr. Little asked Professor Angus whether or not SNH would have concern if it's not managed the right way. Perhaps I put that the wrong way around. It was perhaps more in the positive than the negative, but I think you know what I mean. What's your position as to why you would want to manage the rough that we're discussing in the right way?
Creation of good habitat. We want to enhance the SSI, simple as that. It's natural practice and best practice now on golf courses up and down the country to do that and manage the roughs in different ways through my inquiry report with different techniques. And that really shouldn't be considered as lost. That should be considered modified at most. And given the nature of the grassland, and I'm sure our ecology team will come more into this, but I'm sure, given my experience, we can improve some areas.
In re-examination, Professor Angus was asked some questions about Castle Stewart, and you're obviously the better witness to know what occurred there. His evidence was that the translocation of June Heath occurred at Castle Stewart about 10 years ago, immediately before it opened. What's your knowledge about the chronology of events at Castle Stewart?
It's not quite correct, but I'll forgive Dr. Angus. Professor Angus. We started construction in Castle Stewart in 2006, and all of the heather was moved basically, apart from a few small bits, in the winter of 2006/7, and then the rest of it, and it's only small bits to highlight areas, was done in 2007, 2008. So it's been there a good stretch of time now. So.
And what was it that was constructed and finalised close to opening?
Mainly the clubhouse, and I can remember putting turf on the clubhouse the day before we opened. It was a rush to get to the finish, but all of the heather had been there a considerable time before. So.
Now, it's been suggested that you haven't produced evidence of the success and there's no record of the success. What's your response to that?
Well, I think I've got records. I've got photos all the way back from 2006 every year. So if somebody really wanted to do a case study like Mr. Rooney or Mr. Angus, I think there's probably enough evidence there to demonstrate best practice. I think if you went up onto the moors and looked what was there, you'd still find there's some kind of mosaic left from the stuff that was maybe 600 metres, I don't know the exact, above sea level compared to where it is now. And I think for me, it's not the word of can you translocate June Heath, or we've proved we can translocate. So I would suggest that if we're translocating a better habitat, that habitat will be retained.
And why do you have confidence in terms of the compatibility of the soil conditions or ground conditions as between the donor site and the receiving site at Coul Links?
We took turf off the Darver Moor, which was due for burning, on a completely different substrate than to where it was applied. So we went from straight peat to straight sand, low pH to high pH, or the other way around, depending which way you want to look at it. And in theory, it should be more difficult to do that than it should be to translocate at Coul Links.
Let me just ask a question whilst you're conferring then. I understand the point that you're making about Castle Stewart. You're saying that a very difficult relocation was accomplished there, moving material from one habitat to a very different one. Does it necessarily flow from that the very particular habitat at Coul Links would transfer equally well from one place to another place? Is that a fair conclusion to reach?
I think given the knowledge and the case studies we've got, not just at Castle Stewart, but up and down the country, and Mr. Taylor will touch on that more, prove that we can translocate more difficult habitats. Maybe difficult's not the right way, but as a practical man, we talked about distances yesterday, but it's not just the distances, it's the soil types. So if you look at the S&H map that they produced yesterday, you'll see the donor and receptor sites are very similar. Now, of course, Dr. Taylor, in his role as ECOW, will obviously, if this gets approval, will work harder on that side of things to make sure that everything's compatible, of course.
Yeah, I'm sure this will be asked in a much more sophisticated way later on in the inquiry, but the nature of the material you're moving is also an important factor. So, for example, if you have a material that is naturally damp and cohesive, then it might be, one would imagine, easier to move that from one place to another, provided you kept it well hydrated. But if the material was less damp, if the turfs weren't so thick and cohesive, then that might be a more difficult assignment, might it?
You could assume that, yes. However, I would suggest that the equipment we have to hand now and the development techniques we've got for lifting are far superior since 2006 than today, or for today. And I believe that we have the equipment at hand to be able to lift and replace the turfs in such a way that they will survive. And if I can liken it to you picking up your house with all your contents and you in it, then that's the result I expect at the other end. So I don't expect anything to be lost per se. All the habitat should go with the chunks. We call them chunks, sorry, that's a practical term, I'm afraid, sorry.
So that there's clarity for the reporters as to what the applicant's position would be on the use of fertilisers. And I know Mr. Taylor will deal with the technical aspects of the use of fertiliser, if I can put it that way, and the studies that have been done. But as you would be involved in the management, and in particular managing the establishment of the new fairways, Professor Angus's position is that he would be opposed to the use of fertilisers on fairways. What is the applicant's likely intent? The
intent is if I don't have to use them, I won't. It's as simple as that. we have to show the likelihood that we may use some fertilisers to a maximum amount. But given the amount of organic material in the sands, I would expect, in consultation with our ecologists and our agronomists, that we are in a situation actually where we'll use less than we've predicted, given my experience. The figures we've got are based on Castle Stewart. That was a pure sand. There was no organic matter or dark sands at all. At Coul, it's different. There are actually organics in the top of the surface. So that should, by its very nature, reduce the risk or reduce the need for more fertiliser.
But just for those who have questions for you, the technical aspects of how that's managed will be spoken to by Mr. Taylor. He would be advising you on those aspects.
I think we have to, assess everything. There's the STRI supply agronomy. I do agronomy myself, but I don't have all the answers, so I need to consult with people about what the best possible outcome can be. All I know is, from my own experience, I'll use as little as I can possibly get away with to achieve the results I need.
You have a section in your inquiry report dealing with various case studies in respect of SSIs, Ramsars and SPAs, and I think you were aware of these matters in any event prior to this inquiry, but you specifically went to investigate them because of statements being made by those opposed to the development that there's no development in SSIs and Ramsars in England, and found different results. The objectors in different instances have responded with evidence in relation to this, and I think you've read through all the objectors' evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, pretty much as I could. It's cost me a set of glasses, I'm afraid.
Do you have any reason to change your own evidence as a consequence of going through that?
No, I don't think so. I think when I speak to people around the country and listen to the case studies and things that are going on, I think I'm quite comfortable with where we are with those.
Perhaps you could just give a little bit of context and explain how it is within your industry that you liaise between, or golf course managers from other courses liaise around the country.
We have a series of networking groups. Anybody who's forward-thinking won't think they know all the answers. So I'm not going to go and try and reinvent the wheel when somebody's already done it. So we speak together quite often. We get together for seminars. I lecture at seminars, other people lecture at seminars, collecting CPD points and whatever nowadays, training. But it's important that we speak to people on the ground when we're doing developments like Coul Links, so we get a better feeling and understanding of what goes on in the SSI, what goes on in a Ramsar, what's expected, what's not expected. We need to be prepared. At the end of the day, it's, we want to conserve the trip, or certainly, the applicant wants to conserve the SSI as much as possible. And it's always been my ethos to learn as much and gather as much as I can before I make a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Haspel. So that concludes the evidence in chief.
Thank you very much. Let's have a 10-minute break then, please. In fact, I'll extend it and we'll resume at 25 to 12. Thank you. So first of all, Mr. Liddell had a question, please, for Mr. Haspel.
Yeah, it's just a clarification point which I should have asked you before when we were talking, when you were helpfully explaining the drawing with the numbers on it and what's happening where, and in terms of the stripping out, as I called it, but the initial construction, that's confined to the tees and the greens and the fairways, the semi-rough and the paths. And in this environmental statement, that talks about stripping out the material, the removal of organic material available, sandy topsoil, nominal 150 mil, carefully scraped off, and so on. And so and I'm particularly thinking about the tees, where presumably what's showing in the drawing, or I'm presuming what's showing in the drawing, is the flat areas of the tees, but also elsewhere around the edges of what you're forming. If you're stripping off 150 mil, and particularly if you're forming a tee in an area which is contoured, is it the case that the actual initial earth moving required will spill a little bit beyond these boundaries, in particular where you're making a tee which has to be flat in an area? I just presume there would have to be a bit of cut and fill round about that area, and even to get the machinery in and to move the material. This shows what the golf course will look like once constructed. It shows what each of the areas do, but in order to get that, is there a bit of earth moving around the margins of all this?
I would like to think that we can do it within the footprint. Obviously, there will be exceptions to that, where we would have to pick up a chunk, put them to the side, level off what we're doing, and then put that chunk back down again, especially with tees. So the same, I think in my inquiry report here, you'll see there's a couple of pictures of translocating page, sorry, I'll have to put my glasses on, page 21. So you understand the process. Basically that machine would go in, strip what we need to for the teeing area itself, and then if we needed to do a cut and fill, you'd take the edge of the side off and then put that back again once you'd finished. So visually you wouldn't really see a lot, because the marram would be put back around the tees.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we've completed the examination in chief on behalf of the applicant. So the running order now would give Mr. Mackay next go on behalf of SNH.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Haspel. Mr. Haspel, beginning with your introduction in your inquiry report, and most of my questions will relate to your inquiry report. Sections 1.2 to 1.7, you explain your background and experience, and you explain you're qualified in golf course management and maintenance. And I think I'm right in saying you're essentially a project manager who has practical experience of golf course management, including the construction techniques used in the translocation process. Is that, in summary, your background and experience?
I'm sorry I didn't get all of it, so really sorry.
I hope I have not been met with the curse of the intermittent. I'll try this other one.
We switched them around.
Two can play that game. Let's see how we get on with this one. Can you hear me okay? Yes, so quite a few paragraphs. In summary, you are qualified in golf course management and maintenance, you're a project manager, and you have practical experience of golf course management, including the construction techniques used in the translocation process, in summary.
In summary, that's correct.
But am I right in thinking that you don't hold any standalone scientific qualifications that are relevant to, for example, the translocation process?
That's correct.
Am I also right in thinking that you're not a member of any ecological or environmental professional bodies, such as the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment, or the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management?
That's correct. But I would add that I employ people who are.
Of course, of course. And that's really leading to my next question. Are there other people in the applicants' team, I'm thinking particularly of Mr. Taylor and Dr. Cosgrove, who are more familiar with the legislation and best practice guidance relating to the environmental impact assessment?
That is correct.
And it's to those witnesses then that questions about, for example, whether translocation should properly be described as mitigation should be put.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, on that basis, I'll not ask you questions on that issue. Now, looking to the issue of alternatives, please, that's section 4 of your inquiry report. Looking to 4.1, and I think you made reference to this earlier. Do you have that? You explained there that Mr. Kaiser gave consideration to land adjacent to the SSSI, and you show that in figure 3. Just to be clear, were you part of the design team which assisted Mr. Kaiser at that point in time?
Did you say, was I a part of the design team? That was before my time. However, Mr. Kaiser and Mr. Warnock visited Castle Stewart back in 2015 to see how we'd constructed the golf course. I think I make reference to it in my precognition, or that's when I first met Mr. Warnock in July 17. That was whilst we had Arnold Palmer over looking at the second course at Castle Stewart. That was the first time we discussed golf courses.
Sorry, say again, your first involvement, your first personal involvement was in July 2017?
That's correct.
All right. So prior to that, Mr. Kaiser and Mr. Warnock and I think you said Mr. Cour were involved in looking at potential sites?
That's correct.
And do you know whether at that stage, prior to your involvement in 2017, there was a wider consulting team which influenced or were involved in the design of what could become a golf course?
Dr. Cosgrove's best placed to answer that. He did obviously the evaluations.
Right, thank you. 4.6, please. Second sentence in that paragraph, you say, Mr. Cour and Mr. Crenshaw led to the conclusion that building an 18-hole golf course entirely on the land out with the SSSI would not have generated the excitement or impact which within the golfing world by the course designers or by the applicant. Now, can we just be clear, please, what it was that SNH were suggesting in their correspondence to the developer? Can you look, please, at SNH 04? Now, have you read this letter before? Are you familiar with it?
Just to be clear, it's the letter dated the 20th of October 16, yes?
Yes, indeed. Which the developer responded to in a subsequent letter, which we'll look at in a moment. Maybe you haven't seen this letter, in which case I'll take you to a specific paragraph and let you read that.
I do recall this letter, but not in depth.
Fine. Well, if there are issues that are beyond your knowledge, then please feel free to say so. But if we look, please, at the second page at the top, 3.1, under the heading Lochfleet SSSI and Sand Dune Habitat. Do you see that?
I do.
And this is a letter from the operations manager at SNH, David Patterson. He says, the current course layout will adversely affect the integrity of this SSSI sand dune habitat. We are eager to identify any alternative layout with you and this may still include siting parts of the course on Coul Links (brackets within the SSSI, but could have much less impact on nationally important habitats. Then the next paragraph sets out what that might entail. So, is it clear from that letter, and was it clear to the developers, that what SNH were suggesting was not a golf course wholly out with the SSSI? They were inviting a discussion about the possibility of using the land, some of which was out with the SSSI.
Can I just clarify, when you say out with the SSSI?
Can I make sure that you switch your microphone off when otherwise this won't be recorded on the webcast. So whoever's speaking has to have their microphone off. On, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Mackay, could you repeat the question? Sorry.
In your inquiry report, it's explained that Mr. Kaiser, Mr. Kerr, Mr. Crenshaw had formed the view that they were not interested in a golf course entirely out with the SSSI. This correspondence from SNH is inviting a discussion about a golf course that's partly within and partly outside the SSSI. And I'm asking you to confirm that that's clear from this letter.
That's correct.
Yes. And can we look, please, at the response to the letter, which is SNH 109.
The letter addressed 3rd of November.
Yes, that's right, thank you. And it's a letter from Coul Links Limited, and then there's an explanation at the top right-hand side of the letter. Mike Kaiser and Todd Warnock, the Abel Smith family. Are the Abel Smith family shareholders in Coul Links Limited?
I think you'd have to speak to Mr. Warnock about that.
Well, Mr. Warnock's not giving evidence. You don't know his answer.
I don't know.
Have you seen this letter before?
I have.
Can you look, please, at unfortunately the letter's not paginated, but it's immediately above section 2, the detailed response to October 20th letter. It's about the 7th or 8th page.
So does it say A places much out of the SSSI? Is that where it starts?
The page I'm interested in is if you give me 1 second, I'll scan down so I know which page it is. I think it's the 8th page. And there's a section K at the end of that page.
I have that now.
And do you see underlined at the end of that paragraph at the bottom of the page, whilst we're open to constructive dialogue with SNH, other statutory bodies and the public, massive effort has been devoted towards optimising the specific proposed layout to SNH's genuine and stated areas of concern. However, major changes to this layout, in particular moving it onto the farmland, are not possible. Now, if you go over the page on section 2, heading A, sand dune habitat, The first issue raised in the letter is with respect to the sand dune habitat. NH had been made well aware that the design of the course will never achieve the quality necessary should it be placed in agricultural land to the west of the SSSA. We've been perfectly clear about this from the outset, and there's no such viable alternative layout. So it's perfectly clear from that response that the developers had absolutely no interest in following up the suggestion made in the earlier letter from SNH. Would you agree?
I'm not sure I would agree, if I'm honest. When you talk about viable alternatives, what did they look at before this site?
Can we just be quite clear? I'm talking about the invitation for a discussion in the letter we looked at a moment ago from David Patterson of SNH, involving land partly within the SSSI and partly out with the SSSI in the agricultural land immediately adjoining the SSSI. That's the only alternative I'm interested in at this moment in time. And in relation to that potential alternative and the offer to have a discussion about that potential alternative, is it clear from the response that the developers had absolutely no interest in exploring that?
It does seem that way.
And it may be that you're not able to answer this question.
Sorry, I can't hear you again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It may be that you're not able to answer this question, in which case, please say so. The letter is from it's from Coul Links Limited, i.e. Mr. Kaiser, Mr. Warnock, and the Abel Smith family. Do you know whether Coul Links Limited asked the golf course architects, i.e. Coor and Crenshaw, to consider the possibility suggested in the SNH letter?
I would probably suggest they have, but I don't know for sure.
Well, on what basis would you say they probably suggest that they have? I mean in direct response to the letter that we looked at from SNH. In direct response to that letter, do you know whether Coor and Crenshaw were asked to consider that?
I do not know.
Now, it's probably not necessary to turn this up, but you'll be familiar with the design and access statement where the iteration of the design is set out by virtue of plans and maps. I think there are 5 figures in total. Do you recall that document?
I'd need to see it. I've looked at so many documents the last few weeks.
Well, in fairness, let's have it then, please. It's CD 102. Much to the annoyance of judges and reporters around the country, again, this document is not paginated. But if we can look, please, at what I think is the 8th page, headed Scheme Proposals.
Sorry, can you give me the...
CD 102. And I'm looking, first of all, at the section Scheme Proposals, which I think is on about the 8th page. It's certainly the electronic page 8.
I now have that.
And here, a little bit is said about the evolution of the golf course design. Do you see the section headed Evolution on the left-hand side of the page? Developing a successful golf course requires a series of key elements. These include the ability to use natural landscape features to create the nuances of the course, free-draining substrates and spectacular views. All of these contribute considerably to the success of golf course, not only commercially, but in terms of sustainability through the construction and operational phases. Constructing a course purely in agricultural land, for example, would first require immense establishment and importation processes to create the required undulation for golf. And agricultural soils are nutrient-rich and often poorly draining, resulting in playability issues, and the end result is unlikely to be a popular venue, thereby reducing the local and regional economic benefits. Now, we'll come back to that, because that's an area of your evidence that I know you agree with that general position. Looking over the page to the third paragraph, beginning the golf course design, do you see that? The design has evolved extensively from initial site visits in 2015. Having identified Coul Links as the preferred design site, the architects spent an extensive period of time walking the site in order to fully understand its golf potential. It was quickly identified that the most suitable land for golf lay to the east of the dismantled railway line. The rolling dunes are characterised by a highly distinctive topography of rumbled terrain comprising hollows, valleys, ridges and plateaus of various shapes and sizes that is ideal for golf. And if we look into the next page, we'll see the course layout 1, which is shown in figure 2. Unfortunately, that's just a photograph of maps. But thereafter, the various iterations appear. The general point is that whilst there was alteration made to the layout of tees, greens and so forth, golfing infrastructure, that was all done to the east of the old disused railway line. Is that correct? All of the infrastructure was designed to be to the east of that.
When you talk about infrastructure, you mean buildings and that kind of stuff?
Well, I mean really the golf course holes, the tees, greens, fairways.
All of the iterations that I see here are different iterations. Yes.
Yeah, that's for the course itself, the 18-hole course. If we look, please, at figure 3, though, for example, there's the driving range or practice area, I should say, not practice area. That is within the agricultural land to the west of Coul Farm. Do you see that?
I do. So
there is one area, at least, in the overall golf course layout or complex where golf shots will be played within the agricultural land. Is that correct?
Yes, but I would also add that the land just to the west of the railway line is also modified agricultural land.
Yes, all right. So I take it that the type of high-value visitors that the developers want to attract to Coul Links, they're used to high-quality practice areas using essentially the same type of turf that they'll find on the course when they go and play.
Technically, no. If you go and look at Castle Stewart's practice area, which is a good example, the grass out with the teeing area is just normal cut grass at semi-rough height. It's nothing special. There's no shape to it. At the end of the day, you don't want to go and stand on the driving range. You want to go and hit balls on the course.
Well, quite. But one would have thought that perhaps the visitor would expect to hit balls from the same type of turf that they're then going to experience on the course. Is this something that's been thought through at this stage? Maybe you don't know what the developers intend to do in that respect.
No, I do know what we intend to do because obviously I'll be doing it. So that field will remain intact, and there's several reasons for that. The first one is your access to the site. When you're accessing the site from the EMBO side, we want people to feel that real, what can we say, awe as you drive. If you came down those fields, if you walk down the fields, if we were to mound and shape and all the rest of it in that area, we would lose the views through to, for example, Castles, Lockfleet, out to the sea, out to the breakers. So you have to think about this not just from a getting people into site, but also what they see and experience on the way into site. And I think, you know, using again Castle Stewart as an example, you get this control and release, or we refer to it as control and release. So basically, as you're driving down the road, you go, wow. And that's the effect we're looking for at Coul Links. You wouldn't get that where we've routed the road if we did the construction you're talking about on the range.
Sorry, I'm not talking about any construction on the range at the moment. I'm asking about this turf that you propose to use at the range, and where the visitor, when they're warming up, before they got on the course, where they'll strike the golf balls from. Now, at that, in the practice area, and where balls, do you know what type of turf you're trying to create? And is it intended to replicate what the golf go on the course?
Yes, it will.
And in the summer months, it's anticipated this will, well, certainly hoped that there will be a high volume of visitors. Is that right?
That's correct.
And therefore, the practice area might be subject to quite intensive use. Golfers often hit multiple balls to warm up before they go on the course.
The teeing area, yes.
From the teeing area. But they'll be using irons as well as woods to warm up.
That's correct.
So there'll be regular divots taken from that area, and they'll have to be treated in some way, and the actual striking area moved rotationally to avoid over damaging specific areas within the practice area. Is that correct?
Only if we don't decide to use the mat.
And that takes me back to the original line of question. You presumably desperately want mats. That might not be viewed as a high-quality experience from the sorts of visitors track.
So I wonder if Mr. Mackay's microphone could be exchanged. I know he probably finds it as frustrating as we do.
Yep, Mr. Murray's on his way.
Yes. Can you hear me now? I thought we'd established that the intention was to turf the practice area in such a way that it replicated the experience on the site. Is that correct?
That is correct. But the caveat is, if you're having so many rounds of golf, hopefully we will, there will be times where you have to use a mat, and we do the same thing at Castle Stewart. So if we have big days where people come in and, you know, play the course for the day, then yes, of course, it's ideal if they can use turf. But you can't always, I'm afraid. There won't be the room for it. And the turf we're trying to produce won't stand that kind of intensity, so you have to take them off and then put them on the mat and then put them back while you establish the turf.
All right, thank you. Now, in preparation for this inquiry, am I correct in thinking that both you and Dr. Brown make observations about the potential for golf holes on the agricultural land to the west of SI? You rely on the existing information that was provided with the application. So, for example, there's no new alternative course options appraisal or environmental appraisal or any technical report which informs your view on the potential for alternatives. It's all existing, pre-existing information.
Not quite it. I don't quite understand the question.
Your inquiry report, as I can tell at least, does not refer to any new technical document which looks in detail, or indeed at all, at the potential alternatives using the agriculture to the west. It refers only to existing information. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in your inquiry report, beginning at 4.2 and through to 4.10, you set out a number of reasons why you think that what's been suggested should have been discussed, at least, and considered, won't work. And if I can just summarise what I believe you to be saying as being the main reasons in support of your position. First of all, 4.9 that the land is raised on a beachfront and contains large sections of stone, so blasting might be required to develop it. That's one of the primary reasons you rely upon. Is that correct?
Did you say 4.9?
4.9, yes.
I appear to be missing a page.
It's page 11 of your inquiry report.
It perhaps just got out of order.
I am missing a page. Oh, yeah, sorry, it is out of order. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Page 11.
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Second main reason then is that you say that trying to mimic a dunescape created at Castle Stewart would require deep excavations, and then that could be more detrimental to the SSSI. That's the second consequential reason, if you like, from the first reason.
Yes, that's true.
And the third reason you rely on is that you emphasise the importance of the views and connection with the sea. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. Can we look at each of those in turn then, please? So starting with the first point, at 4.9, you say that the land is a raised beachfront and contains large sections of stone, so blasting with explosives might also be required to develop it. Do I take it from that that blasting might not be required to develop?
That's correct, but we wouldn't know until we got in the ground.
You wouldn't know until when?
We got into the ground fully.
Yes, that's exactly my next point. You just don't know yet, do you? Because you haven't done that level of site investigation to make a informed view one way or the other.
Well, that's not quite true, because we did do some trial digs for SEPA in those areas. So we've done several spots along the area. So we can assume from the trial digs we did, given the stone that we found, that it will be along that area in places.
I'll come to the borehole analysis and trial digs that we have in a moment, because I do intend to look at that. But what I asked you to confirm, which I think you did initially, was that because you haven't... Is that when I started off? Going to start looking like a dictator shortly. Let's see how we get on with this one. Yes, you readily accepted, I think, at the start of this line of inquiry that because the relevant ground investigation work has not been taken to a sufficient level of detail yet, you just don't know whether blasting will or will not be required.
Given my experience with Castle Stewart, where we were told that there wouldn't be any large stones, then I can only assume that there will be.
So your evidence is on the assumption related to a golf course situated elsewhere?
My assumptions are based on my experience, yes.
And your experience in terms of construction of a golf course in Scotland is quite specific to Castle Stewart, is that fair?
That's correct.
Yeah. Can we look, please, at what I think you were referring to earlier, if you can correct me if I'm wrong though, please, CD 101. Yes, CD 1.101. Thank you. For your notes, sir, it's electronic page 19. and it's pages 14 and 15 I'm primarily interested in. Electronic page 19.
It's page 15 on the book, is that correct?
Yes. If we start, please, with the figure 2.1, which is the plan showing the extracts from the British Geological Survey relative to the recent site investigations that have been carried out. And shown on the plan are the locations of abstraction boreholes and monitoring boreholes. And are those the borehole drilling that and testing that you referred to earlier?
No, I think you're confusing the... we were doing site investigation for wastewater treatment and percolation tests. It wasn't for the boreholes. Right.
So are those test results somewhere before the inquiry? They're certainly not referred to in your inquiry report, but where can they be found amongst the morass of information that's been provided by the applicants?
Mr. Bowie will answer those questions.
Let's look at what we do know from a document that was prepared by the applicant's consultants. We can see here that the abstraction borehole locations were in what's described as a boggy area to the bottom left-hand side of that rectangle. The monitoring borehole MW01 was in the orange shaded area, which you'll see from the box above is raised marine beach deposits composing of silt, sand and gravel. And that's a seam that runs through this general area set back from the coastline. Do you see that?
I don't have the key for the map.
Well, the map explains without a key what it is. If you see the box relating to monitoring borehole MW01, do you see that?
I do.
Immediately above that, there's an explanation of what that orange area is. Raised marine beach deposits, silt, sand and gravel.
That's correct.
Yeah. And going back to your evidence in your inquiry report, it was because you were concerned about the agricultural land to the west being on raised beach deposits that you have a view, based on your experience at Castle Stewart, that there may be a requirement for blasting. Is that right?
Given the stone that we hit during the trials, yes.
And the yellower area, if you can put it that way, is the blown sands and dune slacks. That's the box above the one we've just looked at the top right-hand side of the page. Do you see that?
I do.
And in the preceding page under the geological comment, 2.3.4, it is highlighted that the ground conditions encountered in the SSSI monitoring borehole, that's MW01, corroborates with the published geology with the raised marine deposits of silt, sand and gravel encountered. The ground conditions encountered within the abstraction boreholes 01 and 02 do not generally corroborate with the published geology, however. The published geology at this location suggests glacial till is present. However, the boreholes suggest possible raised marine beach deposits, sand and gravel, are present, and which may extend further to the west than currently mapped. Now, had you read that part of this document before, or is this new information to you?
And this is a report submitted by Mr. Bowie, so these questions are best submitted to him.
Well, I appreciate it's relatively technical, but you've taken a very firm position in your inquiry report and in your evidence that, based on your experience and your concern that this is an area of raised marine beach deposit, that blasting will be required and heavy excavations likely.
So I think I said may be required.
Is this very much out with your field of your comfort from a professional point of view? And if it is, I will ask questions of Mr. Taylor instead.
This is all of this really relates to Mr. Bowie and
Mr. Bowie, beg your pardon.
My field of expertise is if I go and dig a hole practically and I find a big chunk of stone, I naturally assume that, given the length of the hole, that there's stone there.
Right.
That's, I'm not trying to do anything else but explain what we found.
Okay.
It's now up to Mr. Bowie to discuss.
All right. So as a construction manager and project manager, you're guided by what you're told from the relevant environmental specialist.
Yes, all of my environmental specialists.
All right, thank you. Well, in that case, I won't pursue this line any further with you. There is one related aspect I'd be interested in your thoughts, though, and that's best illustrated by reference to the new document SNH-123, which is a similar plan. If a copy of that could be made available to you, please.
So I wonder, are there any additional copies available?
Now, I would imagine you're very familiar with the Royal Dornoch course. And I think a point's made in the applicant's evidence that it's been ranked as by Golf Digest magazine as number 2 in the world outside North America. Is that correct? And on any view, it's one of the finest, if not arguably the finest, links golf courses in the world. And golf was there since about 1616, is that right? And the first 18-hole golf course was laid out by old Tom Morris of St Andrews in the 1890s. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the holes to the north of the course were added by George Duncan in 1946, just after the war.
I think there's been several different designers, including Donald Ross, involved, but yes, I take your point.
Right. And do we see that those additional holes to the north, at least some of them are in the orange shaded area that we looked at on the earlier map, i.e. the raised marine deposit land?
That's correct.
And for example, if we look at the 7th hole, which sits atop the raised platform, and therefore has, from the tee at least, magnificent views of the coastline, there's a problem there, isn't there? In that the fairway itself is enclosed by gorse on either side. You aware of that?
And they're actually moving the hole to the edge.
Yeah. And the fairway itself is relatively generous, fairly wide, and has a rippling type of undulation. It's not the sort of hole that we find down in the dunes where the gradation variations are more extreme. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And therefore, the construction technique that's being deployed on the 7th to realign the hole along the edge of the raised area doesn't involve deep excavations, does it, to create a sand dune type habitat? It's a different type of links hole, is that correct?
You could argue it's not a links hole.
Yeah. Well, that demonstrates the point that Mr. Rooney makes in his evidence. Have you read his inquiry report in any detail?
Some of it, yes, and also the recognition.
So let's look at that. So on that issue of what is a links hole, can we just examine that very briefly? And I might need to take this slowly so the reporters, I don't know whether they're golfers or not, but let's just one step at a time. In a broad conceptual level, there's 2 types of golf: target golf and links golf. Is that right?
In a very broad.
In a very broad level. So target golf is usually played on an inland or a park-style golf course, and usually or often involves a relatively high ball trajectory to a green, which is often protected by punishing hazards, bunkers, lakes, and that sort of thing. Rough.
Yes, it can do.
Yeah. Running golf is the type of golf that's played on links courses. Is that correct?
Generally, yes. Or heathland, perhaps.
Okay. And that type of running golf makes the best use of fast-running fairways using a low ball trajectory, respecting the contours of the landscape, and also taking into account the elements, wind, rain, and so forth.
That's correct.
And for links golf, this type of running golf experience, what's not so important is the length of the hole, but the nuances and the interest of playing the hole.
I wouldn't agree entirely with that statement. It depends who's playing. If you get a pro, they want the length.
Well, okay. For leaving the pros aside, for the sorts of golfers you're trying to attract at Coul Links, length is not the predominant the main reason or the main factor here. Is that what you want to do is offer a rewarding golfing experience involving the running golf style of play.
That's correct for the largest part of the guests that come.
Yeah. And there are some running golf links style courses that are within a very enclosed dune-like environment. I'm thinking, for example, some of the holes at Turnberry, which has access to the sea as well, at the Ailsa course at Turnberry, I should say. But on the other hand, there are other types of links course which have much broader open fairways with more gentle undulations. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So, for example, I'm thinking of parts of the old and new courses at St Andrews, Muirfield, Carnoustie.
I would probably argue Muirfield, although a very, very highly respected course, you could argue whether that was links or not.
Yeah. Well, all of the British Open championships are held on links golf courses. That's a fairly well-known fact, isn't it? And it's on the British Open rota, isn't it?
It is.
As is St Andrews, as is Carnoustie. Yeah. And indeed, if we right, so we've established that you can have, within the general description of a links course, you can have different types of holes, some of which are more enclosed than others, and we can have some holes which are more open with a gently undulating landscape. And that's the sort of hole that the Royal Dornoch club are trying to enhance and give the feel of at the reshaped 7th hole. Is that right?
That's correct. But you'll find it's the technical term for what they're doing there, they've actually mapped what was already there and they're just moving it over to the side. So it's very, very similar to the hole that was there before, yeah. Which means you don't need a lot of earth movement, etc. Well,
there is sand and earth at that location of the course at the moment, isn't there? Have you been recently?
Yes, they're importing sand from down on the dunes.
Right. So it is possible to carry out that kind of recreation of a gently undulating links hole using the importation of sand without excavating to 5 metres, for example, is this the level that you envisage is possible based on your experience at Castle Stewart?
It is, yeah.
Right, thank you. And just to be clear, what was done at Castle Stewart, if you look at figure 7 on page 11 of your inquiry report,
sorry, yes.
Is this the same hole or different holes that are shown in the photographs?
This is hole 13.
Yeah. And can you explain to the reporters why these types of works were necessary at the 12th and 13th holes at Castle Stewart?
Basically, the raised beachfront between the 12th and the 13th hole, there's a very steep incline, which we needed to overcome without some kind of alpine kind of ski run up the side of the hill. So there were several reasons. One, we needed sand for capping, because part of the course that was envisaged to be sand was not actually as much sand as we thought. So we needed to cap. So we had to excavate sand to cap. And where the, if you look at the right-hand picture of this now, you'll see there's a little, well, it looks like a little dumper and a loader. And basically we're excavating sand from there while still designing the 13th hole, doing this to get them in closer proximity. So
in short then, you needed to get from the low-lying coastal links up to the cliff and carry out excavation works to level off and create I think the 12th is all par 5, is it?
The 12th is par 5, yes.
And the 13th has a similar issue. You're trying to bridge the gap, bridge the terrain between the two.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's very different from the lie of the land and the agricultural fields to the west of the Triple SI, isn't it? Which is a gently undulating slope towards the Triple SI.
That's correct.
So the reporters shouldn't in any way take your figure as being an example of what you actually envisage, should there be any need for this type of work at Coul Links.
I disagree with that, by design. So if we're going to design the golf course to be world beating, as we did at Castle Stewart, you take the hole 14, which is inland. We were 3.5 metres down there, plus another metre for sand cap to come back up again. If you take the 15th, it was similar. If you take the 18th, it was similar. So your finished contour map, which you've supplied for us, doesn't take into account the topsoil strip and also over-excavation and then coming back up.
You confirmed earlier in your evidence that the construction technique and indeed the design of the course and the environmental issues are essentially interlinked. Is that right?
At Castle Stewart or at Coul?
Well, as a general proposition, when one carries out the construction of a golf course, the golf course architects and the environmental team need to work together to set the parameters for what's acceptable in environmental terms, identify what the course should look like and how it should be constructed. So they all are interrelated. Is that right?
Slightly different Castle Stewart because it was agricultural land. You didn't have the same restrictions, so you could pretty much do what you want, which was the design remit for the owner.
Right. So at Castle Stewart, you could pretty much do what you want. At Coul Links, you can't pretty much do what you want because of the sensitivity of the Triple SI. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if there were issues related to what could be done out with the Triple SI to the west in the agricultural fields, then the designers, the environmental team and the construction people would have to work to identify techniques that could be used to avoid any environmental issue arising. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Coul and Crenshaw, who are regarded as being highly esteemed golf course architects, they're quite familiar with these issues that can be presented in sites around the world. Is that correct?
Yeah, Bill and Ben generally take on projects that don't involve a lot of earth movement. They'd rather use the land.
Yes, of course. But when the land is a protected site, as is the land at Coul Links, if the developer had said to or if the developer were to say to Coul and Crenshaw, I'm sorry, we're told we can't use all of this Triple SI habitat, what can you do using the land partly within that Triple SI and partly in the agricultural land to the west? Coul and Crenshaw, with their knowledge and their skills and their experience, could come up with another design, couldn't they?
They wouldn't come up with another design for that landscape. It doesn't suit their remit.
Well, you could find another
It wouldn't suit Bill Corr's design remit. He likes to lay the course through the landscape, not build a golf course, if you understand what I mean, not construct like we did at Castle Stewart.
So it's an all-or-nothing approach as far as your understanding of Coul and Crenshaw's philosophy is concerned. They build in the sand dunes, or they don't. Sorry, they design rather within the sand dunes, or they don't design at all. Is that the position?
No, I think the site's very important, for sure.
Well, that's not in doubt. The site is very important. What I'm suggesting to you is that as skilled, experienced golf course architects with clients who are saying that they are doing their utmost to respect the environment, surely if they were asked to do so, they could come up with golf course holes on the agricultural land to the west in exactly the same raised marine beach deposits as at Royal Dornoch, potentially using very similar techniques to what's been used at Royal Dornoch for the 7th hole. Surely that's something that they could at least consider without taking in the approach which you've just indicated, which is they build in the good stuff or they don't build at all.
I think they would. When you go up on the land, you've got the views, but you haven't got the interest. You haven't got the rumpole and all of that kind of stuff. And I can tell from you're probably a golfer, so you understand what I'm talking about. But you need to create that interest, and in some ways you frame things. And if we talk through the design process, you frame attributes around a landscape. And to do that, you have to produce mounds, you have to cut, you have to fill on land like that adjacent to Coul Links. So to say that they wouldn't, it was all or nothing, maybe I quoted that wrong, is incorrect. I think it would be much easier to say that Bill and Ben tend to design on natural contours.
So, in summary then, if they were asked to do so, they could look at this area, if instructed to do so by their client, and potentially at least come up with an interesting design, subject to the issues which you've just expressed, which I'm about to take you to in a moment. In other words, creating visual interest, golfing interest, and that sort of experiential quality. Is that right?
No, I disagree, I'm afraid. Talking through things with Bill and visiting the golf courses he's built, he likes to use, if you take Cabot Links, for example, which is right adjacent to the sea, that they use the natural contours. It's the same at Bandon Dunes, everywhere else. That's what they do. They use natural. So it's low impact golf course design, as Royal Dornoch would have been back when it was constructed.
Yeah. So what you mean by low impact design is actually low impact from a construction point of view, not from an environmental point of view. Would you agree? What you're talking about there, low impact design. In other words, not moving much turf or sand or whatever it might be. That's what you're describing there. That's why they like to use the existing terrain. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. Low impact design and construction go hand in hand. If all the contours are there, you don't have to do much with it.
Well, the point I'm putting to you is that they don't necessarily go hand in hand, and this is a very good example, because a relatively low impact design within a highly protected feature might have a vastly greater impact than a more construction interventionist approach out with that feature, for example, by using the agricultural land in the way that's been used at the 7th at Royal Dornoch. Isn't it simple? One point I'm putting to you is it's not as simple to say a low interventionist golfing approach equates to a low impact in terms of its environmental impact. Do you agree that it's not as straightforward as that?
I do agree that it's not as straightforward as that, yes.
Right, thank you. Now, in terms of the connection with the sea aspect and the visual interest, that's at 4.2 and 4.3 of your inquiry report. Can we look at that, please? That's really 4.3 of your inquiry report. Now, you may not be able to answer these questions, but unfortunately the developers are not giving me evidence, so if you don't know the answer, please say so. But I imagine that the developers, because they want to create a world-class golf course, what they're trying to do is offer a course which is different to but complementary to what's already there at Royal Dornoch, but in no way is meant to be a replica of what's at Royal Dornoch. Is that fair?
I think that's a fair assumption. They just want this golf course to be as good as it can possibly be to attract the visitors required.
Yeah. And at Royal Dornoch, there are holes that have spectacular views of the sea, and some holes which are immediately adjacent to the sea, and there are some other holes which are within the dunes in the low-lying land. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of the issues that Coul Links presents from a design point of view, would you agree, is that much of the golfing experience is set back from the coastline, hence the need to have, I think, the 17th or perhaps the 15th, which is closer to the coastline, and also holes which are within the higher ground within the dune heath at the northern part of the site, because it's at those locations that you see the sea. Is that right?
They do produce nice views, yes.
Yeah. So just understand the visibility issue. I'm not going to ask you for any comments on the technical aspects, you'll be pleased to hear, but if you look at the landscape and visual impact assessment, which is CD 1.54, 1.54. And if you go, please, to electronic page 30, paper page also 30.
How does the paragraph start, please, Mr. Mackay? There's no number on my paper.
They should have page numbers right at the very foot of the page. They're very faint and small, but there are actually page numbers there.
Sorry, I'm not seeing them, even with my new glasses.
It's 5.2 is the section. There's a side note, views and visibility in this whole section, but it's 5.2 overall visibility on page 30.
Overall visibility.
Yes. Now, for your notes, sirs, without going to the document, on page 8 you'll see an aerial photograph of what we're looking at here. Page 8 of this document is an aerial photograph showing what we're looking at now. So if we look at figure D11, the landform analysis, the red line boundary is the application boundary, not the SSSI boundary, as I understand it. Is that also your understanding?
That's my understanding.
And do we see, based on the elevation colouring in the legend, that, as is obvious when you're at the site, the land gently slopes from the southwest to northeast?
Correct.
And if we go over the page, do we see that our landscape architect's notes on visibility within the site? Have you seen this before?
A very long time ago.
Right. Just let's remind you then. We see that on the right hand side, there's a note within the light grey area saying area of links within local depression with very limited visibility. Do you see that?
I do.
And a number of the holes at Coul are proposed to be within that area because they're within the low-lying dunes.
Yeah, I think the 7th hole goes along there.
And there are other holes as well, aren't there?
In that particular area where that is, I think.
Well, it's as I understand, it's intended to relate to the area, not just specific to where you see the text. So within that area, there are a number of holes with effectively no view of the sea because they're within the dunes. Is that right?
That's correct.
If we just go clockwise, then the next note I'm interested in is related to agricultural land. Do you see that there's a note saying agricultural land on higher ground occludes view to lower links areas? So I think that must be an observation of how you can see the site from other views. But in the next round, immediately above Fourpenny, do we see there's a note saying open views from elevated road at the north of Fourpenny?
Yeah, I can see that.
And that reflects the topography, as we know. And then lastly, coming to the top of the notations, rugged terrain with elevated sections more visible locally, dense heather, gorse cover with woodland on lower ground.
Correct.
Yeah. So a driving factor in why it is that we have holes within this dune heath habitat at the northern part of the site is to give visibility of the sea and also Loch Fleet. Is that correct?
Certainly that's the case on the 3rd hole, yes.
Now, limited visibility of the sea and being somewhat set back from the sea is something of an issue already for Coul Links, isn't it? If we contrast that with Dornoch, for example, as we looked at earlier, the holes at Dornoch are all the classic out in alignment along the coastline. Is that right? Whereas at Coul, by virtue of the terrain, the habitat, and various other features, the holes are set somewhat back from the coastline. In the main, with one or two exceptions, they're already set a bit back from the coastline. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And the fact that links holes are set back from the coastline is nothing to be ashamed of, is it? If we think, for example, of the old course at St Andrews. Is it the best golf course in the world? Maybe it doesn't matter, but it's certainly one of the best golf courses in the world and undisputably the most famous golf course in the world. Would you agree?
It's the most famous.
And it's the most famous for a reason. It's because it's the birth of Links golf course, which is played throughout the world now.
Yes. I think Edinburgh might dispute that, but yes.
Right. Thank you for that inside view. Thank you. Okay, but if we take the old course at St Andrews, for example, is it correct to say that there's a loop at the top of the course which is getting close to the sea, but actually the body of the old course is set back from the coastline, and indeed on the eastern side of the old course there are two other golf courses which interrupt the land between the old course and the coastline. In other words, the new and the Jubilee courses. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, in summary then, it's not essential for a link-style golf course to be located immediately next to the sea, but what is important is a sense of the coastal landscape and being able to appreciate that at some point during the visit.
I think if you're going to manufacture a golf course like we did at Castle Stewart, it's essential to be close to the sea because you've no history and there's no natural contours.
Well, we're not, with respect, you have a tendency always to go back to your experience at Castle Stewart. Do you accept that what you, as construction manager, will do if this scheme is consented in some form or other, whether it's this proposal or any other, is respect the environmental sensitivities that are associated with whatever development is ultimately approved, if any? In other words, it's not a question of just replicating what was done at Castle Stewart, because it's a very different type of golf course. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Now, looking then back at...
I'm just wondering if you're moving on to another chapter of your cross-examination, Mr. Mackay, or whether you need to finish something off just now.
I think hopefully I'll finish this chapter very shortly, if I may, sir. I hope you've still got SNH 123 before you, do you? Now, what SNH had suggested was a discussion about holes partly within and partly without the triple SI. The triple SI is shown in the red boundary on 123. Is it fair to say that there is land available to the developer both within the triple SI and immediately out with the triple SI, the second, third and fourth, for example, which, if there was a redesign, would involve bringing the golf course away from the Dune Heath habitat, but similar to the current location, are still relatively close to Loch Fleet, which I think you would accept as an area of visual interest in this area. Is that correct?
It is, but we don't own that land.
Which land don't you own?
You'll see the pathway, and there's a little sign that says dunes.
Uh-huh.
So just inside that, where the third hole is, that is actually, we've done a deal with the landowner there to purchase a piece of a croft. The rest of it we don't own.
So there's a land ownership issue which is constraining the development of that area. Is there a land ownership plan that you can give clarity on this point by reference to?
No, not at this moment in time.
Sir, in order to explore this issue further, perhaps it's useful to have the lunch break now and we can come back to it after lunch. I don't think it'll be very long finishing off this line, but it might be useful to break now.
Okay, thank you. Let's take an hour for lunch and resume at 10 to 2. Thank you. Right. When you're ready, Mr. Mackay, please.
Can you hear me now? Right. So, Mr. Haspel, before the break, we were considering the land ownership, and I found a document which I have seen before and just want to confirm that it's still up to date, having regard to the evidence you gave earlier about additional rights. So CD 1.45 is a land ownership plan dated 23rd of September 2017. Does that remain the current rights that the developers have over the site?
At this moment in time, yes.
So are there discussions and negotiations over the area of land that you refer to, I think, near Loch Fleet, which is to the west of the Bain property?
there are.
If we're going to meaningfully follow this, we're going to have to call. Sorry, could you take us through that again, please?
Yes, apologies, sir. I given the witness forewarning and then neglected to remember that I had to tell you which document I was looking at. CD 1.45 is the land ownership plan dated 23rd September 2017. And Mr. Haspel's confirmed that that remains up to date, albeit there's ongoing discussions in relation to the area to the northwest of the Bain property, which is the brown triangular section at the northwest of the site. Is that right, Mr. Haspel?
That's correct.
Now, keeping that, well, first of all, it's an obvious point, but the Abel Smith light blue shaded area includes all of the agricultural land north of the access route between Fourpenny and Coul towards the SSSI.
Correct.
And that's the gently sloping agricultural fields which slope down towards the SSSI.
That's correct.
And if we keep that document before us and then call up Mr. McMullen's inquiry report, which is APP 3.1, APP 3.1. And if you turn, please, to page 54 and 55, they're electronic pages 54 and 55 also. I don't know whether you've looked at Mr. McMullen's report previously.
Not in great detail.
I've taken to this one because they're quite clear in being able to understand where the dune slacks are and where the dune heath is. Looking at figure 1, first of all, we do see that there are extensive areas of dune heath in the northwest part of the site. Is that right?
It certainly looks that way on the map.
And it might look like there are pockets of land which are not sensitive, but if we look down to figure 2, we see that, for example, there's a quite extensive area of dune slack in the dark brown coloration at the northern part of the site, and a further area at the western part of the site.
I'm sorry, this map doesn't, or I'm not seeing the dark brown, I'm afraid.
Figure 2 is the dune slacks and the course layout.
Yes.
And just an observation, do we see that the holes in the main in the northern part of the site avoid the dune slack but are rooted within the dune heath? If we look at figure 1.
On page 55.
Pardon me?
On page 55.
Yes, we're looking at the two plans on 54 and 55. 54 shows purple dune heath, and 55 shows dark brown or dark red dune slack. and superimposed is the golf course layout on each of those. And I'm asking you to confirm that what we see is that the golf course layout in this part, the north and northwest of the site, avoids in the main the areas of dune slack, but is rooted within the dune heath.
That seems correct.
Now, we can ask Dr. Cosgrove about the environmental reasons for that. I'm not asking you to comment on that. But from a golfing perspective, is that, firstly, the reason you mentioned earlier that it's because it's raised, there are areas within the dune heath which have views of the surrounding area?
Basically, the third hole is obviously playing down to a green, so you've got a fantastic view there right up Lockfleet.
Is there another golfing reason that in order to avoid the wet dune slack areas, it makes sense to construct and design the course within the dune slacks, which is relatively dry?
Sorry, I don't understand that. Dune slacks are normally wet. Sorry if I've misunderstood.
The dune slacks are are you familiar with what a dune slack is? And there are areas which pool with water depending on the time of year. And therefore, from a golfing perspective, presumably it makes sense to avoid routing holes within those dune slacks. Leaving aside the environmental considerations, from a golfing perspective, it also makes sense to avoid those areas. And do we see that from figures 1 and 2 that in general what's been done is that to avoid the dune slacks, the holes are routed within the heath? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then going back then, please, to the land ownership plan, CD 1.45. There is there not, an area of agricultural land north of the access track between Fourpenny and Coul, which would have broader views of the surrounding area over Lochfleet and towards the hills that backcloth that loch.
Is that by the property that's called Knockglass?
The property where, sorry?
The property that's called Knockglass.
No. I'm talking about the area between Fourpenny and Coul. So within the Ablesmith blue shaded ground, there are agricultural fields. And you can see the contours marked. There's a 20 metres contour, and then below that 10 metres, and then we come down to the triple SI itself. Do you see that?
Sorry, I do.
You do? Yeah. And that's the area, or one of the areas, for example, that could have been looked at in more detail, but hasn't for the reasons you've explained in your evidence.
Yes.
Can you confirm whether the course will be open during the winter period?
It won't.
Is that because of the flooding of the dune slacks over the winter period?
Yeah, consideration to the wildlife as well.
Sorry. But a purist might say that one of the characteristics of a true links golf course is that it's open year-round because it's generally built on free-draining sands. Is that what a purist might say?
That's what purists...
Sorry to interrupt, sir. I'm just putting down a marker that whilst I haven't taken any exception with my learned friend Mr. Mackay sharing his golfing knowledge with us, I am becoming concerned that there are now lines of questioning about the golf course design that haven't been raised by SNH previously. I accept there's a balance between, on the one hand, testing the applicant's evidence, but on the other hand, ensuring that the applicant has fair notice of lines of questioning. So I'm just putting a marker down at this stage that as we're moving into different philosophical approaches to designing golf courses, that it seems to me we're straying away from testing the applicant's case.
Okay, anything to say on that?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So, can just remind myself what the question was. Because of the nature of links golf, and this course does claim to be a links course. That's the general intention, isn't it, to create a links course?
That's correct.
And because of the way in which links golf developed in Scotland, it was generally done on free draining ground that could be easily cut and played upon without heavy intervention. Is that right?
Correct.
And wetter ground was avoided for obvious reasons.
Correct.
And so a purist might say that a golf course that is closed partly because it floods in part during the winter months has a problem if it claims to be a true links golf course.
A purist might.
Yeah. And that might mean that there would be a degree of sense in considering at least the possibility of rerouting some of the holes away from the wetter areas within the dune slacks into land that could be treated in such a way, as has been done at Royal Dornoch 7th hole, which would be free draining, and therefore the course could remain open year round.
That's true in part.
Because Royal Dornoch, for example, remains open at this time of year, albeit that some of, I think 2 of the holes are not currently being played upon. Is that correct?
There are several holes that are closed with different events. No course, especially Dornoch, is open all winter because of frost.
Yeah.
I must say I'm getting a bit confused here. There isn't a proposal to change the basis of the application to all year round use, to my knowledge, by any of the parties, so I'm not clear what the significance of the current line of questioning is.
It's simply that the applicant says that they want a high-quality links experience, and a links golf course, as Mr. Haspel's very fairly accepted, is generally one that's open year-round. And I clarified with the witness that because of the presence of the dune slacks, in part at least, that's not proposed for Coul. And therefore, it's been suggested to the witness that that's another reason why it would make sense to give further consideration to areas away from the dune slacks, as proposed or as suggested by SNH some time ago. So it's directly relevant to SNH's case, and it's directly relevant to Mr. Haspel's evidence.
Okay, I think I understand it. Thank you.
Can we look now at a different section of your inquiry report, please? It's 4.11, where you describe the course as minimalist. And can you have before you, please, CD 1.7, environmental statement? If you go, please, to page 117 in the environmental statement. Right. Excuse me.
I have that document.
Do you have page 117 of CD 1.7?
I do.
Thank you. Now, I'm assuming you're familiar with this part of the document, but maybe you're not. Can you just confirm, please?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And do we see that this section 2.4.5, dealing with bulk excavation and topsoil stripping, there's a table, well, it's actually described as a figure, actually, but it's really a table, where the total cubic meters of earthworks is 25,112.
That's correct.
And the table explains how that figure has been arrived at. And we see from that the tees contribute just under 3,000 cubic metres, the fairways nearly 17,600 cubic metres, and the greens 535 cubic metres. So the majority of that figure, or roughly half perhaps is the best way to put it, is related to the fairways. Is that right? And the next section relates to grading and rough shaping. And it wasn't very clear to me, at least when reading this section, what is being shaped at this point. Can you explain to the reporters what section 2.46 relates to, please?
Basically, if there's any sand to be applied, you'll need to add shape, so as it mimics again the land that's there.
And you do that by way of excavators?
That's correct.
And if you look page at 119, in relation to drainage, third paragraph, generally water is present at a level of 4 metres and below within the main dune slack system. There are also several permanent and ephemeral water bodies throughout the site with comparable heights of groundwater expression. The principal approach to drainage is to build up levels by half a metre to a metre above high ground water level where playing areas correspond with dune slacks or ephemeral water bodies. So can you just explain again to the reporters what that entails by building up to between a half a metre and a metre above the level of the water bodies?
Basically importing sand and then shaping it afterwards, if that makes sense.
And what level do you assume for the water within the ephemeral water bodies? Presumably you assume the highest level during the winter months, do you?
That's a technical question for Dr. Bowie.
So has that building up been factored into the table we looked at earlier, figure 2, or table 2?
That includes all the earth movement of sand, or import of sand, for want of a better word.
Right. And then, please, same document at page 269.
Yes.
Now, this is the section of the environmental statement relating to the estimated number of HGV trips during construction. Do you have that, sir, as page, the electronic page 188?
Like 188, I thought we were on 269.
Yes, and the paper number is 269, the electronic number is 188, according to my machine at least.
It's table E6 here.
Correct.
Yeah.
So to be clear about what is involved in terms of use of excavators and dumper trucks and HGVs, that table sets out what's envisaged and what was assumed for the purpose of the environmental statement. Is that correct?
That was assumed, yes.
Yeah. And that totals two-way trips, 764 two-way trips of these types of vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And without going into the detail, the second column, vehicle type, sets out the types of vehicles that are envisaged.
That's correct.
Now, I'm not asking for a direct comparison with Castle Stewart for the reasons we explained earlier, but simply would you acknowledge that there's a reason why less bulky or less heavy HGVs can be used here just by nature of the type of construction that's envisaged.
That's correct.
And again, without comparing the level of excavation and earthwork movements with Castle Stewart, which is a different ballpark altogether, can we examine your position that Coul Links is equivalent to Machrihanish? Now, I don't know how familiar you are with Machrihanish Dunes Golf Course. Quite familiar, presumably?
I've been there a couple of times.
Is it correct that the construction of the fairways didn't involve excavation and stripping? It was basically, essentially the mowing of the existing turf?
Correct.
And Professor Angus, his understanding at least was that that course involved almost no profiling at all. Is that also your understanding?
Profiling of greens and tees, I'm led to believe.
Profiling the tees and greens. And none of that affected St. June Heath habitat, did it?
I think Mr. Angus said there wasn't any there.
Yeah. So the answer is no, it didn't. And in terms of the use of fertilisers then, because of the construction, the method of construction for the fairways, presumably, there wasn't any need to use fertilisers during the bedding in period. That was restricted to the tees and the greens. Is that also correct?
That would be correct. I believe it. I believe it was grazed before, so there would have been obviously some nutrient there already to use up.
But in terms of adding any nutrients to what was already there, that wasn't necessary for the fairways?
No.
And in terms of the risk, and I put it no higher than that, in the risk of leaching of nutrients from the fertilisers that are put down on the golf course, that risk is at its greatest, as I understand it, according to the environmental statement, during the bedding in period. Is that right?
That's correct.
And at Machrihanish, there are what's known as out-of-play areas. Is that a concept that's been considered for Coul Links?
Yes.
And is that the areas beyond the managed rough?
I think in broad terms you could say if we're going to manage it, then the whole of the rest of the triple SI.
I'm not completely following that. Maybe we need to go back to the part of CD 1.7 at the beginning, which relates to the cutting of the rough. That is page 104.
Sorry, which document was that again?
It's the same document, page 104.
I have that document.
Now, you explained earlier by reference to a plan that essentially, as I understand it, there are two areas of rough. One is the semi-rough, the thin strip either side of the fairway. Then there is an area of deeper rough, the first 4 to 6 metres of which will be cut to around 100 millimetres. And that's described as the longer cut rough on page 104.
Yeah, there's a cut of semi-rough and then the...
Yes. So the question is then the managed natural rough, which is also within the blue line that we saw on the plans. It's being cut annually or perhaps twice a year. To what depth is it being cut? Is it also 100 millimetres or is it a different height?
No, it will be cut twice a year perhaps in the beginning, and it will be cut somewhere between, I would imagine, 125 and 175, depending what equipment we can get on it. Otherwise, we'll trim it and take it away.
And is that how is that actually done? What equipment is used to cut the rough, both the longer cut rough and the managed natural rough?
If you look at my inquiry statement, I'll find that.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Page 27, sorry.
So it's a tractor then, is it, with a cutting machine attached to it? Is that the way it works?
So the picture on the left is the one we'd be looking at, but I suspect we wouldn't be able to get it onto a lot of the contours anyway. So we would have to cut and trim it with a strimmer and remove it by hand.
Right. So it's not what's shown in your inquiry report then?
No, that's not the case. Depending on labour and what we can get onto the area.
Right.
Yeah.
So in the areas that you can use, is that a tractor that's shown on the left? I'm sorry, maybe the light, I'm not seeing it very clearly. Is that a tractor of some sort on the left-hand image?
It's a tractor with a mower and collector.
And is that what's shown in more detail in the right-hand image?
That's a different machine for collecting heather. If you want to collect heather mechanically, we tend to do it by hand.
So in areas where you're cutting and heather and removing organic material and you can use a tractor, will you use what's shown in the right-hand image?
It's a possibility.
And in areas where a tractor couldn't be used, you'd collect it by hand?
That's correct.
And does that mean that when you're using this tractor and cutter mechanism, the heather will be cut to a uniform height? You simply set whatever height is regarded as appropriate, and the mower cuts the heather to that height?
That's correct. And then you collect the brushings, dry them and use them later.
And are you in a position to contradict the scientific evidence of Mr. Rooney that says that uniformity brought about through the cutting will cause an impact on the structural diversity of what's left?
I think that's more a question for Mr. Taylor.
Fine. So I think you probably appreciate the general point I'm exploring with you, Mr. Haspel, that if you take, let's for the sake of argument, take Castle Stewart at one end of a spectrum in terms of level of intervention, and you take Machrihanish at the other as being a, truly speaking, minimalist approach. What's proposed for Coul Links is somewhere in between the two, but it's certainly not at the very extreme end of Machrihanish. Would you agree?
I'd agree with that.
In terms of the operation then of the golf course, without going to the document hopefully, CD 1.92 is the environmental management plan. That's CD 1.92. I don't think you need to look at it. I'm just going to put something to it which I think you're probably familiar with. At page 55 of CD 192, it's said that the conservative estimate of the number of golf rounds is 10 to 15,000 a year. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes.
What's the aspiration? What do the developers hope to see by way of visitor numbers out with the winter season? And perhaps I can put that another way. what is the golfing season in this part of the world? When does it kick off and when does it end?
Well, sorry to make a comparison to Castle Stewart. They open in March, close in November, and they'll do round about 20,000 rounds. This year they may do slightly more.
So is it envisaged that there'll be a similar season here, March to November, depending on when the rainfall fills up the slacks?
Basically.
Right. And so whilst the conservative estimate is 10 to 15,000, what is the aspiration after, let's say, the first 2 or 3 years of operation?
As many as we can get, really. I'm sorry if that's flippant. But
Well, it's not, but there is a limit to how many you can get, even at a busy golf course, and even with a lengthy day within which golfers can play. There are only so many tee-off times.
that's correct.
And the high-value, I'm not sure that's the correct term that's being used, but I think the term is used in the economic evidence that there are high-value visitors that the developer wants to attract to the golf course. They tend to play in 3 balls, 4 balls. Is that fair?
Normally 4 balls.
Normally 4 balls. And they also tend to employ caddies whilst they're here, because if they're doing the East Coast courses, they'll be at the East Nuke courses, and then they might come up to Castle Stewart, Royal Dornoch, and Coul, if it's given the approval. Is that right? They'll tend to play a lot of golf. They won't want to be carrying their own clubs, and therefore they'll use caddies.
Once again, if you use Castle Stewart as an example, they'll do about 7,500 to 8,000 caddy rounds.
I'm not quite sure what that means. Insofar as Coul Links is concerned, do you anticipate that there will be high use of caddies?
Yes.
So that means that in each group that goes out, there could be 4 to 8, and quite often 8 individuals per group.
I would say that was the case if we can find the caddies, yes.
Yeah. Is that one of the reasons why the nominal width of the paths is assumed to be 5 metres within the environmental statement? Because you might have quite a number of individuals going from tee to green and so on.
That gives us an area to spread the wear.
Yeah. And in spreading the wear, I don't see any myself this dealt with anywhere in the environmental statement, but perhaps you can clarify. Might there be the need to use the sort of matting, plastic matting that we see at other golf courses in areas of high wear and tear? That generally is areas of incline or decline.
Hopefully not.
But it remains a possibility, doesn't it?
No, not in a triple SI.
You're saying that there's an absolute commitment not to use that type of material within the triple SI?
We can commit to that, I'm sure.
What happens if there are areas between fairway or between green and the next tee, for example, where the level of foot traffic, 8 golfers per round over the long summer season? What happens if there are areas that develop issues through wear and tear? Is there not the possibility, at least, you would want to use that type of material to improve its toughness and its robustness?
No, I think we can get away with returfing. Many places do.
So there might, in those circumstances, be a need to remove the top-level grass and returf.
Basically, you take a turf cutter down to about 1.5 inches, cut that up, have a turf nursery somewhere which uses the same grass, same sand, put that back.
Right. And whilst that's ongoing, presumably you have to reroute your path elsewhere, because that section of the course will be closed.
The whole course will be closed.
So presumably you won't want to do that during the summer season, because that would result in visitors being turned away, some of which who have been travelling from America hoping to play your course.
No, we do it at the end of the season, when the season finishes at the beginning of November. It's normally when we do the renovation works.
Now, I think, as you confirmed earlier, this course is designed to be for all levels of player. Links courses obviously tend to be exposed to the wind. That means that controlling the ball and the flight of the ball in windy conditions is part of the challenge, but also part of the enjoyment of links courses, correct? And I think, as you also mentioned earlier, golfers have a tendency either to pull or fade. They don't always hit as straight as we might like. And because golfers tend to be right-handed, does that mean that the predominant swing fault results in a fade or a slice, sending the ball off to the right?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah. Can we look at Mr. McMullen's report again, please, at the same page that we had? That's page 57 of CD 1. Sorry, page 57 of APP 3.1. I beg your pardon, it's page 54, rather, that we had earlier. If you look at figure 1 again.
I have figure 1.
Figure 1. Now, the general layout of the course, as I understand it, is it heads out and loops round through the heath and then comes back. And does that mean, looking at the layout of the course with the heath showing in the background, that there are a number of areas where, if there is a bad shot that either fades or slices to the right, the ball is going to land in the heath?
That's correct.
Yeah. And at least the shorter section of the managed rough presumably is intended to be in play.
Correct.
And therefore, there's a possibility at least that golfers will be trampling through that part of the rough to try and find their ball to see if it's in a playable line.
It's a possibility.
And because of the nature of the dune heath habitat, there is a possibility, because it might happen to be in a relatively sparse part of the heath. It might be in an area of bare sand, for example.
Correct.
So golfers will be encouraged to go out and search for their ball within those areas, even though it was a bad shot.
I don't know whether we'd encourage them, but they will go and look.
It's not like shooting into gorse where you just lose all hope. You go and try and find your ball.
I would disagree.
Right, thank you.
If you play a golf course like Spey Valley, your ball's lost.
And the caddies, of course, will help the golfers that they're assisting. They'll also be trying to find the ball at the same time.
That's correct.
Now, even out with the area of the shorter cut rough, in other words, in the longer managed rough, yes, we're finished with that document, thank you. Is that area also potentially still in play for essentially the same reasons, that there might be patchier areas or areas where the canopy is lower that one could conceive at least find the golf ball?
Sorry, Marcus, I missed the first bit.
Yes, sorry.
I apologise.
Yeah, we talked about the total area of rough. We spoke about the first lower cut of rough, not the semi-rough, but in the deeper areas of managed rough, that's still in play, isn't it, in the sense that golfers could potentially at least find their golf balls within those areas. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, next then, please, we deal with the issue of translocation, I hope relatively briefly. If you look at section 2.7 of your inquiry report, do you have that?
I do.
In the second sentence, you say, this inquiry report provides measurable examples of successful translocation of dune heath achieved at other golf courses, including those located within SSIs. Now, can we go to the section 6 of your inquiry report where you make out that case, or try to Section 6 is page 17 and onwards. Now, at page 17, you refer to Castle Stewart. Having regard to the evidence which both Professor Angus and Mr. Rooney gave yesterday, do you accept that the translocation efforts at Castle Stewart did not involve the translocation of Dune Heath?
Yes.
And the other issue, area you refer to is on page 20, which is translocation of dune grassland, which I think we can agree is a different habitat type also. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So at 2.7, does there need to be a correction of your inquiry report then, that what you have tried to explain in your evidence is that there are construction techniques related to the translocation of habitats, including grassland and heather and upland heath, but in no way can you support the point that there are measurable examples of successful translocation of dune heath? Do you accept that you simply can't establish that?
I don't accept that. That's in Mr. Taylor's.
I'm sorry?
I don't accept that. That's in Mr. Taylor's evidence.
I'm listening. Sorry, I'm missing the last part of your evidence. You don't
That's
accept.
in Mr. Taylor's report. There's other examples.
No. The sentence says, this inquiry report provides measurable examples of successful translocation of dune heath. Your inquiry report does not provide measurable examples of translocation of dune heath, does it?
Sorry, I concede that.
Thank you. Can I just take you to one other aspect of your inquiry report, please? 7.16 to 7.18. And particularly paragraphs 717 and 718. And I think the basic point you're making at 7.6, correct me if I'm wrong, but the basic point you're making is that studies have established that the use of nitrates in a golf course environment is significantly lower than the use of nitrates in an agricultural environment. Is that right?
Basically.
Yeah. And one of the issues that's been raised by the objectors to the, in relation to this course is related to the use of fertilisers and therefore the potential for nutrients to leach into the water table. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if there's substance to that concern, would you agree that an added benefit to using the agricultural fields to the north and west of the site would, that for the purposes of golf, would be that that would reduce the nitrate levels being used on that area of land, and therefore that risk would be reduced insofar as the SSI is concerned?
I think Bob Taylor's going to cover that in his report.
Well, it's a point that you're developing in your evidence, so I'm just asking as a matter, the logic would seem to dictate, and it would seem to follow, that that would be an added attraction to giving serious consideration to developing a golf course environment on the agricultural fields to the west of the SSI. Would you agree?
I think it's a little bit more complex than that.
Well, if you don't feel able to comment, that's fine. But Just one practical issue related to the translocation of materials. You have experience at Castle Stewart. You've accepted that that was upland heath material, which is wetter than what we're looking at here. Do you yourself have any experience of well, to start that question again, please. Sorry. The point I'm putting to you is that Professor Angus and Mr. Rooney have expressed concern that the nature of Dune Heath is such that because it's less, it's more friable, it's more sensitive, there's an added risk when one's handling it. Now, accepting the fact that the receptor areas are much closer to the donor areas than they were at Castle Stewart, would you acknowledge that that is an issue that will require to be carefully addressed during the construction if consent is approved? Thank you very much, Mr. Haspel.
Thank you. Mr. Collar, can we have your questions, please?
Yes, thank you, sir. Can I just check how I'm doing with the sound level? Good afternoon, Mr. Haspel. Can I just start with the issue of the construction compound? You told us this morning that it's moved. Can I just ask you to explain further where it is and what's going to be there, because this is new information, so the witnesses I'm leading aren't sure what the change might involve. So could you give us, well, firstly, could you confirm the location, because I don't think we necessarily picked up, because you were talking to the reporters quite properly.
Yeah, the new location is the existing farmyard. So just behind the steadings, there's an area there which has been used for years for storage of farm equipment.
I think it would be useful if you could maybe point us to a plan and just talk it through.
Mr. Collar, do you have a plan in mind?
Well, I was hoping the witness would be familiar with a plan that we could use. I think, sir, the follow-on point from that would be we're all struggling a bit without an actual plan showing the location, and it would be useful if at some point fairly soon such a plan could be provided.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable question. We've learned new information today which isn't, to my knowledge, included in the application plan, so it would be useful to know exactly where the compound is to be moved.
Is it not a labels on the bottom? So probably the master plan that we've looked at before, CD 1.109.
Sir, before Mr Haspel maybe starts, I know it's possibly a bit unusual, but could I suggest that maybe the people with direct interest in the location maybe might gather around Mr Haspel so that there's just no misunderstanding? Because I think trying to describe it verbally or possibly pointing at a distance could be a bit misunderstood. I don't think it needs all of us.
I suppose that depends on how straightforward it is. If it is at the Steading building, and if we can all locate the Steading building in our plan, then that should be relatively easily.
Sorry, could you remind us what the document reference is?
CD 1.109.
Okay, have we all got the plan to hand then?
So, sir, maybe the easiest way to just check we're all looking at the same thing. The version we're looking at has an area which is purple-ish, which I suspect is very within the vicinity of where we're talking about, so we can at least, so we've got the right one. Good.
So are you ready to identify it for us then on the plan?
Yes. So the area you've just identified yourself, which is purple and blue, is the area. So the proposed car park for the clubhouse.
Just again for the purposes of clarification, that's described as the construction compound. What activities actually take place within the construction compound?
There's a site office. Things are obviously delivered to that area. Is that? I don't know how much you need to clarify.
And presumably equipment is stored there, so the construction equipment possibly moves from parts of the site back to the construction compound and vice versa.
Correct. That would be the same as the temporary one that we'd had planned before. Correct.
And again, just to check, I suppose that I'm understanding it correctly, you mentioned that on this plan that's shown as a car parking area, so would the intention still be that when the construction compound is removed, that's then set up as the car parking area?
That's correct.
And can you just clarify then, its initial use as a construction compound, does that mean the area of hard standing, similar to the car park, is laid first, is used as the construction compound, and then just turned into the car parking?
Sorry, there's already hard standing in that area, so we'll use what's there, and yes, basically we'll put the car park over the top of it. So.
Just on the issue of plans and locations, you mentioned this morning that a plan is being produced to clarify the land take. Can I just ask when it's anticipated that that's going to be available?
Mr. Cole's not quite correct. It was not to show the land take, it's to assist in understanding the calculation, and it's showing in more detail the different zones that are identified as rough that we've gone over in explanations. Hopefully tomorrow, I'm advised.
Thank you for that. Mr. Haspelin, turning to your inquiry report, and in like manner to Mr. Mackay, just check with you which areas I should be asking you and which areas other people. And I think the best example is if we go to your paragraph 610 in your inquiry report. And in 610 you're dealing with translocation. The particular aspect I wanted to touch on is over the page, just above your figure 29, where we see the special bucket. The final sentence there, the final sentence in 610, you say reintroducing a links field in this area would help wildlife. Just before that, you say the proposal would extend the dunes and habitats, increasing the movement of wildlife around the course. Am I right in thinking that those aspects of wildlife, that's something I should be asking Mr. Cosgrove about?
Yes, that's correct.
And then if we can look at the environmental statement again, but just to give the context, this is relating to the golf course construction alternatives that you mentioned in section 4. Now, I'm mindful Mr. Mackay's asked questions on that. I've got different aspects. So if we look at the environmental statement, and it's page 37.
I think, Mr. Fuller, it's the non-technical summary, so it's a different number than everybody's been referring to. It's CD 1.6, not CD 1.7.
Thank you. Yes, I just have a hard copy, so that's useful. Thank you. Page 37 in the non-technical summary. Just in passing, sirs, rather than waste the inquiry time, I could perhaps ask Ms Wilson to clarify it at some point. Although this is in the non-technical summary, I couldn't find a reference in the main ES. But as I say, I don't want to waste inquiry time discussing that through. Mr Haspel, this is headed up alternatives considered, and if we look at the content on this page and then the following pages, would you agree that the alternatives considered amount to course layout 1, course layout 2, course layout 3 and course layout 4?
If you take away the ones that were considered away from...
Sorry, I didn't quite catch. If you take away, what was it you said?
If you take away the considerations away from Coul, yes.
Well, where within those pages do you see consideration of anything other than the application site?
Sorry, I'm working off my inquiry report. Sorry. Here it's not mentioned. Here it is.
And on the environmental statement, the non-technical summary that we're looking at, and if you give me a moment just to find the reference. Yes, page 37 that we started with, the final paragraph at the foot of the page. Vitally, the initial positioning of the golf course layout took into account preliminary ecological advice, identified the coastal margins of the site, i.e. the 4 dune slacks, Winterloch and tidal inlet, which were likely to be the most sensitive areas from an ecological and ornithological perspective. But can we see from the previous paragraph, it says, having identified Coul Links as the preferred site, the designer spent over a week walking over the site in order to understand its full golf potential. The best land from a golf perspective is to the east of the dismantled railway. If we read this section as a whole, it is all predicated on looking at the land to the east of the dismantled railway, isn't it?
I'd agree with that.
And then, staying on that page, but going to the first paragraph in this section 1.9 alternatives considered, it says, developing a successful golf course requires a series of key elements. These include the ability to use natural landscape features to create the nuances of the course, free draining substrates and spectacular views. All of these contribute considerably to the success of a golf course, not only commercially, but in terms of its sustainability through the construction and operational phases. It then goes on, constructing a course purely in agricultural land, for example, would first require immense establishment and importation processes to create the required undulation for golf. It makes that statement, but in this section, it doesn't actually give us an assessment of construction and agricultural land. All we have is just that general proposition.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Going back then to your inquiry report, and again just clarifying some points, if we go to your section 6, where you're dealing with translocation of the dune habitat, and in particular to your paragraph 6.6. And at 6.6 you tell us the most important part of translocation is that all the species are retained in the understory, with the turfs, chunks, including invertebrates, insects, moss and lichens, are transported with the turf. Now, when you mention invertebrates there, is that intended to be a reference just to soil invertebrates, or were you intending it to include Lepidoptera?
That was just the whole habitat, the whole, no generalisation. I'd leave that to the ecology advisors.
Would you accept, though, that if there is a butterfly flying around, it is not going to be translocated?
That's true, but when we intend to move this, it will be in winter. I guess it depends whether they're in that turf or not.
Well, how much do you know to be able to tell us, or again, is this an issue for Mr. Cosgrove?
I would say Mr. Taylor and Mr. Cosgrove are better equipped to deal with this. So.
And on the same issue, but moving to your 610, you're referring specifically there to translocation of dune grassland. And you say grassland habitat translocation is proposed to take place at Coul Links part of the project. As discussed in paragraph 63 above, it is possible to translocate many plants and associated habitats with a high chance of survival. You had previously mentioned invertebrates and insects. You're not mentioning them here. Is that because they won't have a high chance of survival?
No, that's because I've mentioned in the paragraph before. Sorry if that's misleading.
No, I'm just confirming exactly what was meant. And then moving on to your section 7, where you deal with, section 7, where you deal with control of invasive species in the proposed site management plan. On the site management plan, just to confirm, there is no site management plan at the moment. That's why it's described as a proposal.
Yes.
And would you agree that the level of confidence of the ability to deliver such a plan depends on the state of knowledge of the issues in relation to the site?
To a degree, yes.
And in particular, if we look at your paragraph 2.7, in the third line you tell us that the management plan would address the management of access and vehicles to reduce disturbance to birds within the triple SI, control of grazing, cessation of shooting of wildfowl, removal of saplings, reversing scrub encroachment, transplantation and seeding of dune heath. Would you agree that the aspiration to manage those is just that because there isn't any evidence before this inquiry that that management can actually be delivered?
I don't agree with that, actually. I think between all of the ecologists around the table, I think there's enough evidence here to believe we would deliver a management plan.
Well, I suspect some of the ecologists on this side might disagree with that, but I think let's leave it to the experts there. And again, just a a clarification. You were referring to gorse cutting this morning, I think it was. Is that another issue that would be addressed in the management plan, so we don't have details yet?
That's correct.
And then moving on within your inquiry report to your section 9, where you refer to the case studies. Paragraph 9.8. And in 9.8 you tell us there are numerous other examples of golf courses which are or have undertaken work in the UK on, in or adjacent to Triple SI, Ramsar and Natura site designations, and you go on and list them. I'm not going to read through them. Have you seen the briefing note that was lodged on behalf of my clients entitled Briefing Note Golf Courses in Triple SI and Ramsar sites?
Sorry, what document was that a reference to?
I don't think it's got a document reference, but it was submitted on the 12th of February with my client's precognitions, and it's headed up Briefing Note Golf Courses on Triple SI and Ramsar sites.
So perhaps you should be given a document number if we're going to be referring to it in evidence.
Yes, we're first going to have to locate it, and that's one of the difficulties if it's not been lodged formally as a document. Was it actually physically attached to the recognition?
Sir, it wasn't attached to the precognition. It was lodged as a separate document within the same email.
So if I could have a moment, please, to get it myself.
Okay, we'll need to give it a document number. I realise we do have it, but it wasn't where I expected to find it. So can you give us a consecutive number for it? I think there's also an annex to it as well. There's both this and we had two documents, I think, submitted together.
I think the annex was intended to be part of the same document, but certainly the next number would be CC 18. If you wanted to give the annex a separate number, then that would be 19. CC.
Thank you.
Mr. Haspel, is this a document that you had seen, or do you want some time to look at it?
I'm going to need time to read this. I've not seen this. So.
Shall we take a break for 10 minutes? Would that be enough, for a quarter of an hour? How long do you need? Okay, let's resume at 20 past 3 then. Thank you. Mr. Collar, would you like to pick up where you left off?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Haspel, we were looking at your inquiry report, and in particular paragraph 9.8, where you tell us there are numerous other examples of golf courses which are or have undertaken work in the UK on in or adjacent to SSI, Ramsar and Natura site designations. Just before I take you to the Coalition's briefing note, can I ask you why within that list you haven't mentioned the course at Minnie?
I didn't catch where that was.
That's the Trump International course. The applicants lodged the decision as APP 131.
Yes, because I was travelling to Kent. I didn't go into Minnie.
So are you telling us you have been to all the courses that are mentioned in 9.8?
That's correct.
But why do you need to go to Minnie to know that it is in, on or adjacent to a SSI? I think that's pretty much common knowledge to everyone involved in this inquiry.
Sorry, I'm not following. Where do I? You just asked me why I don't mention Minnie.
I'll explain then. In your paragraph 9.8, you refer to various golf courses. You don't tell us that those are trust courses that you have visited. So I was asking you why within that list you don't mention Minnie. You've explained it's because you didn't visit it. But maybe if I could put it the other way, would you accept that within that list it is relevant to add the course at Minnie?
If it's in a SSI, yes. If it's in a SSI, yes. But I haven't visited many since it was sand dunes. So.
Turning then to look at Royal St George's Golf Club, which you mention in your 9.5 and is mentioned in CC18, the Coalition's briefing note. But for convenience, just taking the reference in your inquiry report, you tell us Royal St George's Golf Club was established in 1887. The course was designated to SSI in 1951. So it's completely reverse of the situation that we're talking about at this inquiry. Royal St George's, the golf course, came first, some considerable time before the SSI. So would you accept that we have no information about the value of the Royal St George's site for wildlife before it became a golf course? And again, within your inquiry report, going back to your 5.4, but it's staying with the same sort of issue meantime. At 5.4, you refer to, in particular, Machray on Isla, where you say it's located partly within a triple SI and a Ramsar site. If we look at CC18, the Coalition's briefing note, at paragraph 313, 313 dealing with Machray, and it's line 4, it says, Chris Haspel's inquiry report states that the course is also partially situated within a Ramsar site, but there is no Ramsar site in the vicinity. Would you accept that you're wrong on that?
Yes, I believe it's in the Torah.
Well, we can maybe come back to that because that's obviously a bit of a change, and you've accepted that it's not the Ramsar site. Having had a chance to look at the briefing document and trying to avoid going through it in great detail, would you accept the overall proposition that none of the examples you've given are directly equivalent to the situation before this inquiry? In other words, existing designations, golf course coming afterwards, as it were, and in particular the location of the golf course in relation to triple SI, SPA and Ramsar site?
No, because Machrihanish came after the designation.
Sorry, I wasn't being completely clear there. Would you accept that none of the examples you give are directly equivalent to the circumstances before this inquiry?
Yes.
Just turning, sorry, we finished with that segment, so you can put away the briefing paper. And then I want to turn to look at your precognition, but I will come back to your inquiry report. I'll just give you a minute to...
I have my precognition.
Sorry, it's really hard to remember. And if we turn to your Section 8, where you deal with representations by objectors to the project.
Yes.
Sorry, I've done it now. Apologies. And at paragraph 1, you say, in my opinion, most of the objections to the project raised by Not Cool and the Save Coul Links Conservation Coalition are not based on scientific evidence or best practice. Would you accept that the topic papers lodged by my client, so that's Mr. McAdam on invertebrates, Dr. Wright on birds, Dr. Young on Lepidoptera, you might not agree with their conclusions, but you would have to accept that they're referring to scientific evidence?
I can accept those referring to scientific evidence. What I can't accept is the press that comes out from talking of total destruction and that kind of stuff.
And then if we move on to your 8.4, where you say the objectors do not acknowledge the potential benefits of the project to the environment, including the cessations of legal shooting of protected SPA birds on the site. I hope we don't need to go to the particular reference, and you'll accept from me, and the reporters could obviously check it up, and your team. But Dr. Wright, in her topic paper at 531, states, "We welcome the proposed cessation of shooting and the obvious beneficial effect this will have." Given that reference by Dr. Wright, would you accept that the statement you make in your recognition is wrong?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, I just quoted you, Dr. Wright, saying we welcome the proposed cessation of the shooting. That proves you wrong, doesn't it?
I think you have to look at...
Sorry, I think you were about to say the same thing. If Mr. Collar wants to get a witness to accept that he's wrong, he at the very least has to put before the witness the statement that he relies upon to say he's wrong.
Well, sir, I'm quite happy for the witness. I was hoping we could save some time. It's a clear reference that I've quoted, but I'm happy if the witness wants to check. As I said, it's in Dr. Wright's topic paper at paragraph 531.
Yes, I'm not clear what it is that you're not accepting or accepting. Are you querying the reference that of Dr. Wright that's been referred to you, or are you saying that they're not accepting the extent of the benefit, or what are you not accepting?
Sorry, I just want to read that paragraph again, purely and simply because I don't think it fully explains what Dr. Wright's written. Which page was it again, sorry?
It's on page 18, numbered page 18, and it's paragraph 531, and the particular sentence is the one right at the foot of the page.
Okay, that's fine. I accept that. Yep.
Just on the issue of birds and moving in your recognition to your paragraph 8.6, and you say there, the representations by the Safe Coul Links Conservation Coalition do not reflect my practical experience of the behaviours of birds during construction and operation of golf courses. Would you accept that different species of birds react differently? Sorry, just in case everyone didn't hear you.
Yes.
And in terms of the comment you're making there, can you tell us the species of birds you observed to be able to make that statement?
Mr. Taylor will comment on that, as referred to in my recognition.
Well, Mr. Haspel, the comment appears to be about your practical experience. So what birds did you observe to tell us that it's not affecting your practical experience of the behaviours of birds?
So in construction, generally birds are opportunists. So we find that if you disturb ground, birds flock from afar for the easy food. And when you're on the golf course yourself, if you've got fairways, you tend to find things like oyster catchers, curlew, that kind of thing, actually use the golf course. And I think this is underlined in a greater degree in Mr. Taylor's report. But my personal experience is birds very quickly get used to you. as an individual who works there, or it's habitual movement, for want of a better phrase. Now, I mean, I can walk out on the golf course, you know, once they're habituated to me, and they won't move. You know, geese, they won't move because they're used to you. So I find it hard to accept that logic that all birds are frightened away when they habitualise to you. And I'm sure my colleagues will pick up further on that further down the line.
But Mr. Haskell, the question I asked you was, what species of birds are you talking about when you're telling us that?
Well, certainly oyster, curlew, and give you examples of ring plover and that kind of stuff that actually, yeah, they'll move into pathways very advantageous to hide their eggs, obviously, because they like to roost in rocks. But and we work around the birds and they work around us.
Well, thank you. That gives me enough to discuss that with Dr. Wright in her evidence. Just on the issue of disturbance of birds, if the outcome of this process was one of the outcomes, a requirement to monitor disturbance of birds on the site, is that something that you would instruct an expert to deal with?
It'd be one of my group of environmental stewards. If indeed there was a requirement for monitoring, that monitoring obviously would need to be associated with follow-up actions, because otherwise it's pointless. There's no point gathering data and not doing anything with it. So if that monitoring did show a significant disturbance of key bird species, would you expect that one possible outcome to prevent that disturbance might require part of the course to be closed down for a period? I think we are closing the course for the most sensitive periods through the winter. But once again, my friends over on that side will refer to it.
Well, I appreciate that, but there would be no point in monitoring when the course is closed because there is no disturbance. So if there was a monitoring requirement, by definition, it would have to be for during construction and when the course was operating. Would you accept that if the outcome of that monitoring did show disturbance, one possible outcome from identifying the disturbance might be requiring part of the course to be closed down for a period?
It's possible.
And finishing with your precognition in your conclusions, I think this was something you maybe touched on this morning as well. At 9.2, you say, I believe that the area of dunes would increase as a result of the project. Now, this might just be a question of terminology, but my clients were somewhat confused that you were suggesting the area of dunes would increase. So could you explain what you mean by that?
Yes, what I'd like to do, it won't technically be dune, it'll be more of a Castle Stewart-esque kind of idea. But we'll be removing or taking Marham back up to around the clubhouse and all the surrounding buildings through 18 up the hill. So you can see remnants of sand up there anyway. So we would be trying to create that landscape.
Thank you for clarifying that. Turning back to your inquiry report, and going to your section 10, where you deal with objectors to the project. And at 10.2, you refer to repeated offers to discuss the project with RSPB and Scottish Wildlife Trust. And there's the reference there to the repeated offers. Are those repeated offers in any of the inquiry documents?
No.
And if I can ask you to look at the Conservation Coalition's document 14, CC 14, which is a letter for Alma RSPB to Golder Associates in October 2016.
I have that document.
Thank you. Now, I think I remember rightly that this predates your involvement, but I am correct that Mr. Sheridan Golder Associates were involved in the project at this stage. So this is a letter in effect to the applicant's team.
I believe so, yes.
And we can see...
Sorry, Mr. Collar, sorry. Our bundle of some of the Coalition's documents is 1,000 pages long. Do you know where in that PDF this might be?
I suspect because I had the same problem, I printed it off and forgot that it would be useful to others to know. If you give me a minute, perhaps we might be able to assist.
It's on 921 for anyone else using the same document.
So, CC14, as we were saying, it's a letter to Mr. Sheridan of 9th October 2016, and it opens, Dear Mr. Sheridan, I write on behalf of RSPB Scotland, the Scottish Wildlife Trust, Bug Life and Plant Life in response to your recent letter in relation to the proposed golf course on Coul Links. So
sorry, can I just stop you there? The one I've got says...
It's probably the next one down from that on my bundle. Is this the 6th of October 2016? Have you got it? Yeah.
We have it, Mr. Collar.
I think we'll probably go back to the 29th August one in a moment, so if we don't lose sight of that. But if we start with the October 2016, which we can see is coming at the end of the correspondence, because in the second paragraph it refers to Mr. Sheridan's letter of 21st September. So there's a bit of correspondence there. But we can see, as I said, this is a letter on behalf of 4 of the parties in the coalition, so it's not just RSPB. And it then goes on, your letter of 21st September implies that we've failed to fully engage with the consultation process. It then goes on to mention difficulty to effectively engage. Apart from 2 public events for the local community, the consultation process has been limited to Highland Council and the statutory bodies. We're disappointed at the failure to... RSPB Scotland wrote to you in May offering to discuss the project, an offer that you politely rebuffed. Next sentence, the Scottish Trust also contacted you offering to discuss the proposal in July, and it goes on. So you must accept, even just looking at this letter, and we maybe don't need to bother looking at the 29th August letter, it shows that, contrary to what you've said in your inquiry report, RSPB and Scottish Wildlife Trust contacted Golder on behalf of the applicant offering assistance and were rebuffed.
Was it Bill Golder or Golder Associates that rebuffed?
Well, in the letter to Mr Sheridan, it says, paragraph 3, RSPB wrote to you, Mr Sheridan at Golder, offering to discuss the project, an offer that you politely rebuffed. In the next sentence, the Scottish Wildlife Trust also contacted you, in other words, Mr Sheridan at Golder on behalf of the applicant. So that's two separate communications offering to help, both of which, on behalf of the applicant, were rebuffed.
It looks like it in this letter.
So in your inquiry report, when you criticise RSPB and Scottish Wildlife Trust for the approach they take, you've not taken into account this letter, have you?
No.
And staying with your 10.2 in your inquiry report, as we've touched on, you mentioned the invitations were not welcomed. In fact, no responses were received from the organisations, and to date, to the best of the applicant's knowledge, no independent surveys have been carried out on site. If we can take that reference to independent surveys, would you accept that the evidence before this inquiry includes data provided by RSPB, Scottish Wildlife Trust and other members of the coalition?
Yes.
And would you also accept that given that it's an application by the applicant, it's for the applicant to prove its case, it's not for the objectors to provide surveys?
I agree to an extent, yes.
And then in your inquiry report, you, at 10.9, you say the applicant remains disappointed by the approach taken by the various objector groups. The extensive campaign against the project has resulted in considerable delays and additional costs and has probably contributed to the large number of letters of objection from parties who are not local to the site. And you cross-refer there to the inquiry document. There's an implication there that only locals should be able to object. But surely, since the site designations show regional, national and international importance, surely that means non-locals should have a voice as well as locals.
And I think they have had a voice, obviously, in that.
But in your inquiry report, it seems to be a criticism that in some way a large number of letters of objection have been received from parties who are not local to the site. I'm putting to you that not only are they as entitled, the fact that there are regional, national and international designations gives them as equal a right as the locals.
That's probably the case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haspel.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Campbell, can we have your questions, please?
If he's okay to go on, I sense, but I may be quite wrong, become very tired. Well, it's not. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Just picking up the last point that Mr. Collar raised with you. In August last year, your solicitor wrote to the Scottish ministers complaining, among other things, that my clients had persuaded the NGOs, sitting to my left, non-governmental organisations, that the issues around Coul Links were of national or international importance. And whether or not Coul did that, my question today is, do you accept that these designations are of national and international importance?
Yes.
Thank you. That's helpful and cuts out a few questions, I hope. Now, I'm going to try not to go over ground that's been covered already, but I'm sure you'll appreciate that's a little difficult. So if I seem as if I'm repeating questions, please forgive me. Could you have in front of you your inquiry report, and I will try to follow your order as far as I can. In 1.4, where you're telling us about yourself, you say you spoke at a conference, I think in Harrogate last year, a turf managers conference. Pardon?
This year.
Sorry, we're only in February this year. Did you speak about turf management, or did you speak about the Coul project?
Coul project.
And was your talk entitled "The Story So Far"? Did you make assumptions about the receipt of planning permission when you were making those presentations to the delegates?
I believe I said if we're lucky enough to get planning permission or something along those lines.
And were you explaining what you're going to be doing or what you wanted to do at Coul?
Yes.
At the top of page 3, you describe yourself as being recognised for your extensive construction experience and the sustainability credentials you have accrued. It's just the word recognised I wanted to ask you about. You agreed with my learned friend Mr. Mackay, I think, today, that you don't hold any standalone ecological qualifications. Does recognised mean a formal recognition, or does it mean recognised by your peers in the industry?
Peers.
Thank you. At paragraph 2, page 4, you describe the genesis of the idea for a golf course at Coul Links, and you say that a team of consultants, including Cour and Crenshaw, have been working on a golf course which is sympathetic to this unique links location. Is it correct to understand that really no alternative locations were studied, but the remit was always to devise a golf course for Coul Links?
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect. In that case, why do we not see, either here or in the environmental statement, any detailed reference or even a sketchy reference to other locations, apart from the appearance, I think, of the word Durness in one place in this inquiry report?
It's quite simple that the guys who were sent out to look went and came back and there was no official drawn-up documents made. So Mike will send Bill into the world and say, that I've heard about this piece of property, go and look at that. Hence Durness, hence Fraserburgh, and some of the others.
You see, this is what's called in planning law an EIA project. It's a project that requires an environmental impact assessment. And one of the requirements of the EIA rules is that a developer provides an outline of alternatives which he has studied and an indication of the main reasons for his choice. Now, if you don't study any alternatives, you don't have to do that. But you are telling us that you did, to whatever extent, study alternatives. When I say you, I mean you, the team.
The team have studied alternatives.
And we do not see the results of those studies in the papers in front of us.
No.
Is the answer no? What we do see in front of us are a series of course layouts which you've considered and a series of observations about the way in which different holes would be shaped. But all of those are at Coul Links.
Correct.
That's fine then. In the same paragraph 2.1, you describe the location as a unique links location. Now, with respect, Mr. Haspel, it's not unique, is it? It's location, but it's not unique.
It's not the only one in the world, no.
Unique out of that part of the inquiry report.
I think that's in the eye of the beholder. I would call it unique.
Well, you'd better explain to me why it's unique. Is it unique because of its landform?
Landforms and beauty. Vistas. Landforms and beauty.
Landforms and beauty. Clearly there's only one location called Coul Links. We understand that. Is just a piece of links territory, isn't it?
It's a piece of links territory.
With a front beach, with a front dune, with a fixed dune, with dune slacks, and with harder ground away to the west. So the whole dune assembly is right there.
Yes.
That, in short, is why it's been designated, isn't it? Yeah. Society has said this is something we want to treasure, something we want to take care of, something which is precious, which is vulnerable. So it gives it a badge called a landscape designation, or a nature designation, or an environmental designation. That's right, isn't it?
It's given it a badge.
Let's move on. 224, still on the same page. You talk about translocation. You'd be relieved to hear I'm not coming back to that. And recreational access management. Now, there is a plan for recreational access, but given that Scotland has a free and liberal regime, I beg your pardon, sorry, I'm in your inquiry report, page 4, paragraph 2.2.4. Okay? Given that Scotland has a liberal access regime, why do you need to manage recreational access?
Because of the wildlife.
But it's free now. I can go there any day of the week and walk among the wildlife, can't I?
That's correct.
Isn't the case that you need to manage recreational access around the Gulf? That's really what this is about.
No, that's not what it's about. You want to protect the site.
With respect, if you build a golf course, you don't want people walking over it unless they're playing golf, do you?
They do everywhere else in Scotland.
Well, do you want that or not? Is the purpose of your plan not to regulate access by the public so that they don't interfere with the golfing activity?
That is not the plan.
Quite clear about that answer, are you?
Yes.
We'll leave it for submissions, thank you. Now, I'd like to pick up with you document NC-150, which I wonder if those instructing my learned friend Miss Wilson could possibly provide to you. By way of introduction, you will recall, I'm sure, responding on social media to criticism of the project, and in turn, not Coul responding to you with a document called Haspel Misinformation on Coul Links. I understand that you were probably offended by that, but we've kind of moved on from being offended. I want to discuss with you today the issues which are raised there, really as a shorthand way of finding out what your position is today, having had time to think about these various matters. So this is not a personal attack on Mr. Haspel. You understand that, do you? Let's look at these things in the boxes one at a time and see where we stand today, can we? The removal of 1,000 tons of sand from the Big Dune. Not Coul say that is incorrect on 3 counts, and you can see what they say there. What is your position on that today?
Sorry, Mr. Campbell, I just want to check I've got the right document. NC 150 is just a single page. Oh, 151, I beg your pardon.
You're quoted as saying the development will see 1,000 tons of sand removed from the Big Dune. You're quoted as saying not Coul claims that the development will see 1,000 tons of sand removed from the Big Dune. This is simply not true. Sand moved in that area will not even come close to that figure. What is the truth of the matter?
If you watch the Not Coul video, that's where the information came from. And in that particular area, I don't see the need to move that amount of sand.
How would we find, or where would we find the right answer to this amongst the documents? Or do we just not know at this stage?
What we've said before and what we'll maintain is it's as low impact as possible, which means we'll move as little sand as possible. You're off again.
Clearly Clearly you use as little sand as possible. You made that clear today. I understand that. But what is the reality? Is it correct that not Coul's claim that there will be 1,000 tons of sand moved, is that a correct claim or is it not a correct claim?
Moved or removed?
Well, which is it, Mr. Haspel? You're the project manager.
That's why I was saying on the video it's removed.
Will 1,000 tons of sand be removed?
No, it won't.
Will it be redistributed from the Big Dune onto the site?
It won't be moved from the Big Dune. It'll just be pushed around in that area.
So is 1,000 cubic metres of sand about the right number?
I don't think it is, no. I think it's too much.
Okay, let's move on. Is the Big Dune part of the SSSI? Not at all?
Partially, but not all of it.
That's right, isn't it?
I just said partially it is.
All right, moving to the second page. Not Coul say the environmental statement calculates that 525.6 cubic metres will be imported to form hole 15 because the fill volume is much larger than sand available at the Big Dune. And there's drawing to support the statement. Is that correct?
I don't know where the drawing is. I'd have to see the drawing.
You say, skipping the next two, and then there's one which begins, this SSSI never had a site management plan since its designation. Do you now know that that's not correct?
I believe SWT have had some involvement up until 2010.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of whether or not Coul Links has funds which are dedicated to its protection at the present time?
I don't.
You see what is said there about the landowner's approach to this site. That's in the box, 4 boxes below the figure. The one that begins, the public needs to understand why. Do you know if that's correct or not?
Before my involvement in the project.
Thank you. Moving to the box which begins, we won't restrict access on the beach or impact it at all. Not Cool say that is wrong. They say that your environmental statement provides a diagram showing major change coming to the beach, that the front will be reprofiled, and that fencing will be erected on the dune face. Now, is that correct or not?
Some stabilisation of the dune face, if required, yes.
How is that achieved?
Diagrams there. It's achieved with fencing and stabilisation, so planting, that kind of stuff.
Move down to the foot of page 3. Beach defences will also not be constructed, contrary to another claim of the Not Cool group. Not Cool say wrong. You will have to build sea defences despite what the developer, Highland Council or SNH might advise or state now. What is your position today about sea defences?
I think Professor Pye is going to pick up on that.
Do you not know the answer?
He's better placed to answer that.
Well, he may be, but do you not know the answer? Deal with every one of these, so just let me. If you scroll down to the top of page 6, you see a box begins the height and steep angle of the dune at hole 17. Will require a sea defence at the base and step terracing above. This has been required at Brora, illustrated as the second photograph. And the author says this is what much of the outer dune face could look like at Coul in a few decades' time if defences are started. Is this something on which you defer to Professor Pye? So I'm sorry to have long gaps, but a lot of these matters have been dealt with already, and I don't need to go over them. Now, going back to your inquiry statement, I wonder if you'd like to think again about describing in paragraph 3.2 the need for the project. Do you mean need, or do you mean the aspiration for the project?
I think aspiration. I could accept that.
Thank you, that's fine. I'd like to explore with you a little bit this question of what you describe as the feel or the DNA of golfers. It's clearly that you're an experienced operator, Mr. Haspel, and of course I respect that. Are you really saying here that the premium golfing territory across the world is almost always a seaside course?
I would suggest that the majority of the best golf courses in the world are on the sea.
Majority of what?
The best golf courses in the world are on the sea.
So is the answer to my question yes? The premium product, the USP, if you like, of the best golf courses in the world is either a view of the water or what you describe here as the experience of being next to the sea. Is that right?
It's obviously a matter of opinion. Some people prefer Parkland, but for the most part, the people who travel to the UK prefer links.
And is that because America's got only two coasts, but they're very far apart, and there are a lot of golfers, or is it because there is something actually different about playing golf on a links course?
I think there is something different playing golf on a links course.
By what it is. Can you help us?
It's the whole atmosphere. It's the landscape mosaic, it's the humps, the bumps, the ground running game. It's everything that encapsulates links golf, and then the adjacencies to the sea, and you know that feeling that you get when you hear the waves crashing and what have you.
If one was a cynic, which of course I'm not, you could say that engineers can do anything if you pay them enough, and that includes reforming the landscape, shaping the land. They can do humps and bumps. They can do bunkers in clever places. They can plant trees. So what is it? Is it just the proximity to the sea?
Pretty much.
But on page 7 there are two photographs. Is the one on the top right actually Royal Troon?
Yes.
Did you take it?
No, I didn't.
Quite sure it's Royal Troon?
It's the coffins.
We turn to chapter 4, which begins on page 8. I think we've pretty well exhausted the question of alternatives now, or looking at alternatives. At 4.2, below the photograph, the land adjacent to the SSSI indeed offers some good views, as illustrated below, and this is the reason why the layout of the project routes several holes into that area. I take it that's a reference to the photograph on the following page. Is it? Did you take that one? Are you quite sure it's on the land outside the SSSI?
No, that's from it's from a drone, and I'm stood on the 14th adjacent to Embo.
The drone was flying at?
I don't. It wasn't very high. Doesn't need to be.
50 feet? 100 feet?
No, nowhere close.
Moving on to page 10, 4.5. You make something of the fact that Kings Barnes and Castle Stewart are in the vicinity of environmental designations. Sorry, I'm on page 10, paragraph 4.5. Yeah? You found it? Yeah. Are in the vicinity of environmental designations. Have not been able to find anything except maritime SPAs in the vicinity of the two golf courses.
Castle Stewart sits adjacent to a Natura site.
Is that a maritime Natura site?
I don't know what the designation for that is, but it's a Natura.
Yes, but is it a maritime site? That's to say, the water.
Well, I presume it is because it's close to the sea.
Yeah. Is it called the Longman and Castle Bays SPA?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. So.
I'm not sure. All right. Do you know what the one's called at Kings Barnes?
No, but I just read it in the RSPB's documents. I just can't remember it.
I see. So it's not from your own knowledge, this. And neither of those courses are in triple SIs or in SPAs or in Ramsar sites. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
I'd like to pick up with you 4.6 and your confident assertion that anything built away from the coast would be regarded as a grade 2 mediocre course. Now, you have Mr. Kaiser, who's got a track record. You've got Mr. Warnock, who's an investor. You've got yourself with 25 or 30 years of experience of building and advising and lecturing and whatnot of courses. You've got Bill Coore and Ben Crenshaw, former Open champion, as designers. You cannot seriously expect the inquiry to accept, can you, that that combination of talent would build a mediocre course on the land to the west of Coul Links.
It'd be mediocre because it isn't adjacent to the sea.
Crenshaw and Mr. Coore are not coming here as witnesses, are they? Mr. Coore and Mr. Crenshaw have not provided a report to the inquiry.
No.
Or even to you, perhaps.
Only verbally.
Only verbally. Well, I hope they're not listening, because I'm not sure that they'd be too pleased to have their own client conclude that the best they could do on that site, sloping gently towards the sea, would be to produce a mediocre product. What do you say?
I'd be happy to have that conversation with Bill.
Question really is whether he'd be happy, not you. What do you think? Right, let's move on to page 11. Quickly, you told us today for the first time that the temporary construction area is to be moved to the farm yard, or the yard behind the farm. When was that decision taken?
It was taken some time ago. Basically, we believe that there's no point in constructing down there. One, it's expensive, and two, that the farm yard suits the purposes perfectly.
I'll try. Dr. Dargy produced a composite map, a little late, but just at the beginning of the inquiry, showing a combination of the temporary construction area and the borough pits, one overlaying the other. Was a decision taken because of that map?
Absolutely not.
Have you looked at that map?
Yes, I have.
Do you understand it?
I do.
Do you accept that it's accurate?
I could question its accuracy because it's overlaid.
That apart, do you accept that it's generally accurate?
Once again, it depends who surveyed it and how accurate the survey equipment was.
Well, you've had it for a little while to look at it. I'm sorry to press you. I must know whether you accept generally that it's accurate or not.
So as a matter of fairness, I think the witness should have it in front of him.
Well, just as you wish. I didn't want to waste time. I can do that. Can you have a couple? This is NC 160.
Thank you.
You see what Dr. Dargis tried to do, don't you? Sorry, that was a question. You see what he's tried to do, do you?
No.
You see that he's taken CD 1.111 from where it occurs in the inquiry documents and superimposed it onto CD 1.113, scaling the two so that they're the same. Yes?
Approximately the same.
That he's located the TCA, or the former TCA as we must now call it, and found that it fits or sits to some extent on top of the borough pits. I appreciate you don't want to concede this, but is he not generally accurate with what he's done? Or do you not know?
No clue.
Sorry?
I've no clue if he's accurate
You have
or
no
not.
clue?
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. Don't know is an okay answer. Thank you very much. One of the things you say at 4.9 is that the fields to the west are likely to contain what you call large sections of stone.
That's correct.
That statement predicated or based on two core samples which were taken in the southwest corner of that piece of land lying to the west of the road.
No.
I'm sorry, what is it based on?
Sorry, I thought I'd gone over this before. We did some trial digs for SEPA to counter the, or to try and solve the wastewater treatment works ahead of the, so we had to do trial digs along the top edge. We found some substantial stone.
Do you know if there's a borehole record or a trial dig record of that work?
Once again, we'd speak to Mr. Bowie.
And we should also presumably speak to Mr. Bowie about this CAR application, do we? The car license application.
That's correct.
Yes, again, a matter of small detail. Page 22, 6.12. Got it? I see hearing twice. Is that a mistake or deliberate?
Yes, that's a mistake. Typo. Apologise for that.
Thank you. Not at all. You confirmed to my learned friend, Mr. Collar, I think, that there is no site management plan in existence, simply an aspirational document attempting to set out what it might contain.
Yes, and we'd work further on that with SNH.
SNH would be, as it were, the policeman of the site management plan.
Yes, I suppose they would, in some ways, yeah.
And before that could happen, there would have to be a planning consent in place, conditional on approval of the site management plan.
That's correct.
Would you envisage that the public would have any input into the content of the site management plan?
It depends on, the Highland Council and conditions, I suppose.
Okay. Just a quick question on fertilizers. Your aspirations, as you've made clear, are to use as little fertilizer as possible, consistent with what you need to lay out in a golf fairway and greens and tees. What if it doesn't work and you need more? You just go on applying it until it does work?
No, I think we're comfortable in our experience with Mr. Taylor and the agronomy team to know that it will work.
What if it doesn't work? Do I ask Mr. Taylor that, or do you know the answer?
No, we can refer that to Mr. Taylor. He's dealing more with the technical aspects of the fertilisers. So.
I wonder if you could be given or shown NC-87, which is called STRI's Trump International Coul Links Scotland Environmental Management Plan. And if you could turn to page 32, please. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Just a second. What?
There aren't any page numbers on the appendices. That's the difficulty that Mr. Haskell's having in hard copy.
Yes. Nutrient inputs put forward at the time of the many inquiry. Do you know whether we should use this as any kind of a yardstick for Coul?
No, because we are going to use much lower levels.
This would be irrelevant to this case.
Not totally irrelevant because it's fertiliser, but yes, irrelevant in terms of quantity.
Sorry, would you mind repeating the answer? I didn't.
Relevant in terms of use of fertiliser or nutrients, but not relevant in terms of quantity.
The second column has a list of nutrients, and that we can look at and see what they are. The third and fourth column have quantities, and you would say we should ignore them.
No, I don't think you're following. We intend to use less.
Is this table relevant to us as a guide in any sense at all?
Probably not, but Bob's the best person to ask.
It might be that Mr. Taylor will say that these are extravagant quantities of fertilizer. It might be that he won't. We don't know that, what he's going to say yet. What I would like to try and get closer to is an understanding of the extent to which the Trump proposals for the new golf course at Many, which you say you haven't seen since it was Sand Dunes, are in your view in any way relevant for these reporters in coming to a view about the suitability of your proposals for this site at Links, at Coul.
Without knowing the amount of organic matter in the sands that you're going to seed in and that kind of thing, I wouldn't know that if there'd be any relevance.
So it's not possible to read across from one site to another. You've got to do site-specific investigations before you decide on the application of fertilizer. Is that correct?
What we do is analysis. So we analyse what's there, and then we know what we need to apply.
So isn't that the same thing? Site-specific investigations?
Yes.
Could we safely conclude then that if this is not relevant to a decision on Coul, that's to say a management decision of yours, the Many course and the Many decision is completely irrelevant to what we're considering at this inquiry?
No, not in terms of translocation. Fertilisers, yes, but in other areas, I think we need to talk about that.
You're not the man to do that, are you? In Chapter 10 of your inquiry report, which begins on page 35, you're clearly offended by the vociferous objections which your proposal met. You're aware, aren't you, that Not Coul lodged a lengthy objection to begin with, followed it up with a further objection. You're also aware that it has participated in the appeal process, the call-in process, by lodging documents which advance its arguments.
I am aware.
Would you agree with me generally that those documents stay away from personal attacks and are not, in any sense, anything other than objective and scientific and properly presented?
Yes.
Page 38, 11, 12. This inquiry report highlights the biased and unprofessional conduct of the objectors to the project by pointing to various published statements, refers to press releases as well as comments on social media, and highlights that the objectors intended to prejudice the fate of the project even before the application was submitted. It also highlights the anti-American sentiments of the objectors and notes the additional expenditure caused by misinformation to the public and the attempts to influence the Scottish ministers. It is legitimate for the public to comment on planning applications, isn't it, and to take part in the process?
I think it is, yes.
Do you accept that generally, and of course there are exceptions, and there have been on both sides, generally, not Coul has conducted itself properly and with dignity?
No, I don't.
Can you help me understand why not?
Several things, really. But certainly in my career, I've not witnessed the amount of, what can we say, misinformation and the level of probably anti-Americanism. And okay, remember when we did Castle Stewart, there wasn't as much social media, so that's probably a part of it. But you know, I really feel that this, everybody's tried to undermine the project even before any iteration of the layout was lodged.
When you say undermine the project, what you really mean is they've objected to the project.
Yes, but you can also object in a good way.
Yet you've agreed with me earlier on that there's nothing in the not Coul contributions to this process which is unprofessional. It's scientifically based, it's moderate, it doesn't attack people as individuals, it's a proper professional objection, isn't it?
I think the attacks, depending who you are fairly personal.
Are you talking about attacks on social media, or are you talking about what is before the inquiry?
A bit of both.
I'd be very interested to hear from you if there's anything that you know of that's in front of this inquiry, without taking too much time up, which falls into that category.
I think the assassination of the ES gets very personal.
Can you be more specific, or can you not in this late hour in the day?
I'm not going to be more specific.
You can't be more specific. All right. I think I've got everything that I need, Mr. Haspel. Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just pause a moment and take stock. We've only a few questions on behalf of the reporters, but I'm really looking to you, Ms. Wilson, to give a gauge as to whether you think we can comfortably get through the re-examination in a reasonable time, bearing in mind that the witnesses had a long day. I'm torn, really, because I ideally think it's unfair to leave a witness overnight halfway through if we can avoid it, but on the other hand, we need to be realistic about the progress that we're going to make and whether we're all going to be a bit jaded at the end of the process.
Well, if it helps, so I'm already jaded. And we're only at day 3. No, my preference would be that, although I'm sure it will not be Mr. Haspel's preference, he'll be confined to his room. But my preference would be to do the re-examination tomorrow.
Without wishing to interrupt, I'm perfectly happy for Mr. Haspel to talk to members of his team. Miss Wilson and Mr. Thompson know what the professional rules are about discussing evidence in re-examination, and I'm sure they won't breach them. And whilst these things are important to say in public, that Mr. Haspel is in purdah in a sense, or would be in purdah in a sense, my respectful view, it's not necessary for him to have dinner in his room. He just shouldn't talk about the evidence. Well, I would say this privately to Ms. Wilson, but I would say it to you that for our part, and I only speak for us, we're perfectly happy that Mr. Haspel has a normal evening, because I know that my colleagues will not talk to him about his evidence.
If I can just endorse that, sir, because it was a potential problem because of the accommodation arrangements with my clients, that if any of them were in purdah overnight, that would be awkward because they're staying potentially in the same house. So partly selfishly, but I agree with Mr. Campbell. I think most people accept that professionals can be professional and talk to each other and avoid talking about the case.
Likewise, I don't have an issue about that. So I do observe, though, that from a timetabling point, if the reporters' questions and the re-examination could be done in the next half an hour or so, I think there's something to be said for completing Haspel's evidence this evening. The reason for that is that if we spill into tomorrow and it takes an hour or so, perhaps more, to complete that process, that will place the next witness under perhaps even greater difficulties, because they would run a risk that we don't finish Mr. Taylor's evidence before the weekend, given the fact that we may have an early-ish completion of the evidence tomorrow. So I appreciate it's not an easy situation either way, but I just wonder whether by not completing Mr. Haspel's evidence today, we actually create a bigger problem tomorrow.
Just on the first point, I'm grateful for your contributions on that. I'm sure we all can be confident that the parties will act in the professional fashion, so I'm not concerned at all about that. As far as timing is concerned, I'm much more concerned, as you are, about the fact that we're already drifting behind a sort of informal timescale that we've set, and that we need to somehow catch up to enable the inquiry to be confined within the 4 weeks that we've got. That's 4 weeks, not 6 weeks, as reported on the BBC. And that's going to take a bit of progress to do that. However, I might suggest instead that we start half an hour earlier tomorrow to catch up a bit of ground, if parties are happy to start at 9:30. And the other suggestion I was going to make was that we could perhaps have a shorter lunch break, so then we gain potentially another half hour. So there's an hour added to the day, and then we might aim to finish no later than 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, which I think would allow us to get to through Perthshire and beyond, those of us travelling south. But even for that to work, we're going to have to make some progress going through Mr. Taylor's evidence, given that we have, as we've always been conscious, 3 sets of cross-examination. And I'm conscious, I know that the 3 of you are trying not to overlap, but there's bound to be a small degree of overlap. And somehow we're going to have to find means tomorrow to speed up to avoid Mr. Taylor being stranded halfway through his evidence over the weekend. Any ideas on that? Or firstly, on the early start and shorter break?
Well, so firstly, to say on behalf of the applicants and Mr. Haspel, I'm grateful to my Atlanta friends for their suggestions and willingness to trust my team to be professional. I'm sure that will be enforced by both me and Mr. Thompson, or perhaps more scarily, Miss McLean. And I think it would be more profitable, and it would be a speedier conclusion to Mr. Haspel's evidence to do it early tomorrow morning rather than this evening when everybody's tired. I think so far as Mr Taylor's concerned, he of course will be travelling some distance from everybody over the weekend, and tells me he's not personally concerned that he's left hanging over the weekend, but we'll do what we can to finish his evidence in any event by tomorrow for the sake of the programme, if not for Mr Taylor.
So everyone's happy with an earlier start tomorrow, and we'll make it our business, if we possibly can, to get through Mr Taylor's evidence. Even then, we've got some catching up to do next week. So with that word of encouragement, let's finish for today, and we'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow.